Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Stabilize away in last. Called Me Jelly Roll, not showing as much pace as anticipated. Out for the lead, races Trip Road, along with Call Me Carmelita. And Coffee Futures is right there from the rail. The New Miami comes away in fourth, Stabilize in the fifth spot. And Call Me Jelly Rolls at the back of the pack. They head into the turn with Trip Road, battling with Call Me Carmelita. The New Miami makes her move. Stabilize is into the race, and she's only a length and a half off the lead. There comes Call Me Jelly Roll, beginning to pick up her stride, but she's a good 4 lengths from the front. And at the tail is Coffee Futures. So it is Call Me Carmelita with the lead, Stabilized to the far outside. The New Miami's under pressure. Trip Road's in the battle along the rail. Call Me Jelly Roll's going to have to giddy up from there. She's still 4 or 5 off the lead. Here's Stabilized to the outside. Stabilized finding the form from yesteryear. Stabilize in the center of the racetrack up to the front. Trip Road running second. That's where she likes to race. It's Stabilize in the opener. Stabilize. No changes. Race 2. Race 2 will start the early pick 3 post time in about 17 minutes at 1:44. And there they go. Super Princess away very slowly. War Tapped begins beautifully. She's on the front end from Golden Moonlight, Ruler of the Night, and Vroom Vroom from the top shelf. Sunshine Girl comes away in fifth. Super Princess is sixth. The early trailer is Polly's Angel. And War Tapped began very smartly in her initial look. She heads into the turn with a length plus advantage from Golden Moonlight, who's making her run. Here comes Golden Moonlight progressing nicely. In third is Ruler of the Night. Vroom Vroom's back to fourth. Super Princess joins her. The last two, Sunshine Girl and Polly's Angel. And War Tapped's the one to beat. War Tapped has plenty left. Cuts the corner in command. War Tapped the leader, getting away from Golden Moonlight. In third, races Ruler of the Night, and Vroom Vroom's trying to rally into that position. War Tapped still with the lead at the 16th. Golden Moonlight giving a good chase, but she's playing second fiddle to War Tapped. Good-looking debut victory. War Tapped from Golden Moonlight. Vroom Vroom. Fourth place, Ruler of the Night. Early double, $36.20. 3-1 exacta, $29.80. 3-1-4 trifecta, $16.25. Programs this season here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. And there they go. Easy Play begins the best, but here is the speed of Flattery's Music. As expected, she'll pick up a narrow advantage. In third is Lady Yellen. Here's Pave My Way striding into that spot. Following after them is Roz from the rail, Dare to Be Great, and Avid Zuccanori's at the back. Easy Play taking it to Flattery's Music. Pave My Way's in a nice spot heading into the turn. She's 3 lengths from the dueling leaders. Lady Yellen's fourth from the inside. Following her is Roz, then Avid Zuccanori, and Dare to Be Great's the last of all. And Easy Play's running a good one. She puts her neck in front of Flattery's Music. Flattery's Music still has some fight along the inside. Pave My Way has been getting a nice setup. Can she take advantage? Easy Play and Flattery's Music, and Pave My Way. Pave My Way is getting closer to the outside. Flattery's Music has the lead at the 8th pole. Easy Play's been testing her the entire race. Pave My Ways had the setup. Can she take advantage? Dare to Be Great and Avid Sukanori fight for fourth. Here's Easy Play up to the front. Easy Play gets it done. Pave My Way second. 10 cents super, 5724, $43.85. Fourth race, we'll start our pick 5, 1, 2, and 8 all carry. Ready for the pick 5. And there they go. Akella away very quickly. Pretty Miss Keynes is also showing good pace with Moulin Rouge. Midmont comes away in fourth, vying for third. From the inside is Automated Teller, flanked by Albany 8. Sweet Sugar Baby goes with them from the top shelf. After that group, it's Boobala and Sweet Sensation is at the back, and Akella's quicker than Pretty Miss Keynes. Akella, 3 parts of a length. Pretty Miss Keynes is second from her outside. And here comes Moulin Rouge. Pretty Miss Keynes under a little bit of pressure. Moulin Rouge advances to her inside. Sweet Sugar Baby's in tight. Here's Midmont in the orange silks. Midfield, 5 to fine. Akella's the one to come and catch. Akella has the lead. She was quicker than Pretty Miss Keynes. She's the one to overhaul. Akella still calling the shots. Pretty Miss Keynes still fighting for second, pursuing Akella. Akella tending to her business. And Pretty Miss Keynes is still relentless, trying to come after her. She has solidified second, or trying to solidify second from Sweet Sensation. And to the outside, Sweet Sugar Baby, but it is Akella. Akella all the way from Pretty Miss Keynes. Third guy, 1, 3 with 3 with 5 with 1, $120.25. Our late pick 4 starts in the 5th race. Post time is it. And there they go, and Bustin' Pietra comes away in last. Richie's BL is out for the lead, and Production Credit is showing pace into the second spot. Here's Oliver's Fortune making a move for third. Couples Therapy right there with them. Royal Kaz splits runners. Scorpion Dynasty from the extreme outside. Silver Token third last. Interstate second last. And Bustin' Pietra's the last of all. And Richie's BL has a big lead at 53-1 through the turn. Richie's BL by better than 3 lengths from Production Credit. And Royal Kaz, Oliver's Fortune from the far outside, and Couples Therapy from the rail. Then Interstate. Richie's BL trying to post the big upset. Production Credit's been chasing him throughout. Richie's BL's under left-handed urging. Here's Production Credit up to the front. Bustin' Pietra's finding his best stride, but Production Credit has the jump. Production Credit well clear in deep stretch. Bustin' Pietra's going to check in for second. Richie's BL at a big number for third. And Couples Therapy checked in fourth. And race 5 is official. 7-2-3-4, that double, 1-7, $20. And there they go. Schiff Hour Strong is showing pace with Pentangeli and Freud Eris. That's My Business amongst the leading group from the inside. Tis Lucky strides into the 5th spot. Then Dakota's Destiny and Saratoga Strong's at the back. Pentangeli has the lead. Schiff Hour Strong makes his move, puts his head in front at the 3/8. Tis Lucky makes a move for third. Freud Eris from between runners. That's My Business from the rail. 6 lengths back to Saratoga Strong, along with Dakota's Destiny. Schiff Hour Strong at 2-5. Step up and beat the chalk. Schiff Hour Strong opening up. Pentangeli is second. That's My Business. Tries to make a move for that spot along the rail. Schiff Hour Strong in complete command. Opening up with ease to the 8th pole. Pentangeli still holding second. That's My Business. A little even paced along the fence. Trying to close in is Saratoga Strong with Tis Lucky. No doubt about the winner. Schiff Hour Strong. Pentangeli a clear-cut second. Then Tis Lucky. That's My Business. A 7-7 double, $14. 7-4 exacta, $15.20. 7-4-8 trifecta, $21. And there they go. Road to Royalty begins quickly along with Lockbox. And chasing them is Forever Amy and Wabansi. Then Summer Nitro racing with them is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. And Eudaimoni also there at the back of the pack. There is Insufficient Notice. Lockbox battles for the lead with both Road to Royalty and Forever Amy pushing 3 deep. Break of 3 lengths to Wabansi. Another 4 to Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me along the rail. Running with her, Eudaimonia. Summer Nitro second last. Insufficient Notice well out of it. Forever Amy 3 wide from the rail is Lockbox. Road to Royalty splitting them. Wabansi continues to chase the pace. Wait, don't tell me tries to pick up her stride from the rail. Eudaimonia tips out to the far outside. Road to Royalty and Lockbox. And giving way is Forever Amy. Wait, don't tell me's picking up her stride, but she's 4 lengths off the lead. Lockbox from the rail. A big day for Ralph D'Alessandro. A training triple. Lockbox from Road to Royalty. Wait, don't tell me. 4th and 5th involves Wabansi. Official. 2549. At double 7-2, $6.50. A 2-5 exact is $16.60. Trifecta. They're at the post. And there they go. Much better start for Don't Eat the Apple. Fast Fran's just as quick from her inside. Trivia wants to mix it up. Christmas Dinner comes away in 4th. Ice Cold Gold strides into the 5th spot, and she's getting some pace to chase. Ramon follows after her. She's in the 6th position, 7 lengths off the lead. They go to Winter Siren, Miss Pab, and Homedale Park. On the front end, Fast Fran a little quicker than Don't Eat the Apple. Trivia gets a nice trail trip from 3rd, 2.5 for 3 to find. Break of 4 lengths to her stablemate Christmas Dinner. Ice Cold Gold rides the rail. She needs to go now. Ramon's advancing from her outside. Ramon's trying to progress. Fast Fran and Don't Eat the Apple, they softened up one another. Trivia was in a perfect spot. Ramon's making her move. Ice Cold Gold's looking for a seam to split in the 2 path, and here she comes. Trivia, Ice Cold Gold up the inside. Ramon to the outside. Trivia keeps on going. Trivia and Ice Cold Gold. Trivia in the nightcap. Ramon, I believe's in a photo. I know. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Tuesday opener in about 47 minutes at 1:15. A fast racetrack. 8 races are scheduled. Let's open up our programs. Here are the changes. In the opener, there is an additional workout concerning a number 7 Double Vision. 5th of May here at Finger Lakes, a muddy racetrack. 3/8, 39.10 seconds, breezy. Race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 4. Second race will commence the early pick 3. Rafael Rohina Jr., new jockey number 3. She Speaks Well. 3 She Speaks Well, new jockey Rafael Rohina Jr. 5 Perky DP, 1 pound over the weight. 2 and 5 have additional workouts. Number 2, Dynamic Storm, a 4th of May here at Finger Lakes, a sloppy racetrack, 3/8, 37.30 seconds, breezing. 5, Perky DP, a 4th of May, Finger Lakes sloppy racetrack, half mile, 51.40 seconds, breezing. Pick 6 starts in the 3rd race. Number 2, Sweet Shallots, an additional workout. 4th of May, a Finger Lakes sloppy racetrack. 37.20 seconds, breezy. Let's go to the 4th race. Pick 5 starts in the 4th. Number 1, Invaluable Will, an additional workout. A 4th of May here at Finger Lakes, a sloppy racetrack, half mile, 48.30 seconds, breezing. The 4, Horn of Plenty, 5th of May, Belmont Training Track, 3/8 over a fast racetrack, 38.22 seconds, breezing. 6, Can't Beat Me, ownership line should read Paul Barrow. Paul Barrow, owner trainer, 6, Can't Beat Me in the 4th. On to the 5th race, the start of our late pick 4. Number Number 1, Queen's Dancer, an additional workout. 4th of May, Finger Lakes, a sloppy racetrack, half mile, 47.20 seconds, breezing. Race 6 will commence our late pick 3, no changes. 7th race starts the late daily double, scratch 2 hardly working out of the 7th. 7, New York Rizzling. An additional workout, 4th of May here at Finger Lakes, a sloppy racetrack. 3/8, 36.10 seconds, breezing out of the gate. Late double starts in the 7th. Let's go to the nightcap. Scratch the also eligible. Okay, game on. A jockey change 10 steps Ludo Rafael Rojina Jr. Those are the changes for the Tuesday card. And first post is set for 1:15 with a fast racetrack. Fans, we have some free programs. Go to the Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack website, click on Racing, scroll down to Digital Programs, and you can access free programs each and every racing day. Something new for the 2023 season here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Sure hope you have a great Tuesday. The opener in about 44 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We're going to, I guess you'd say we're concluding another live week of racing. We are going to add Wednesdays next week. So no live racing tomorrow. We are going to continue with the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday cards next week. Also coming up, about a month from now, I guess you'd say, June 8th, the HBPA, the Horseman Benevolent and Protective Association, is going to put on their annual dinner. And what they do is, it's the top performers of last year, top horses anyway. There's different categories. You got your Modem Claimers, your Best Allowance horses, and then Horse of the Year. Talk about Finger Lakes Horse of the Year. That'll take place next month. We already know who our Hall of Fame inductee is going to be, and congratulations, obviously, to John Davila Jr. He's still active, but he is going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, Finger Lakes Hall of Fame. Great honor for the only rider who's had more than 4,000 wins here at Finger Lakes. Quite a feat that John Davila has had, and a lot of times visiting the winner's circle. Congratulations to him. We also have Horse of the Year awards. The top 3, at least the 3 contenders for Finger Lakes Horse of the Year are Gone and Forgotten, who just dominated the filly and mare condition. That one won a couple stakes races. You had Ladies Golden Guy, probably could be considered the top sprinter. Warrior's Revenge just made a living in the starter allowance conditions, just went really well for John Buckley. What a job John Buckley did with that horse as well. So those are the 3 nominees for Horse of the Year. We'll find out after June 8th who will be the 2022 Horse of the Year. I know a trainer that had a pretty good day yesterday. Congratulations to Ralph D'Alessandro. 3 victories on yesterday's card, including the feature with Lockbox. That one dug in to get the victory, but 3 of them on yesterday's card. I think I used all of them. See if he can keep it going. He's got a couple in today. Good betting card. Well, you could narrow it down to 2 or 3 in every race. Didn't really see a horse that really stands out in some of these races where you're going to get 1 to 5 or anything like that, but there's 2 or 3 of them a race you can make a case for. Not as easy a card as yesterday, but you look at, especially this first race is kind of tricky, especially when you look at a couple of these horses in these $5,000 claimers. Only a distance of 5 furlongs, but you got a couple of horses that probably 2 of the best bred horses you'll see for 5,000 here at Finger Lakes. I mean, you got Cavadosi, who is a $675,000 yearling. Yes, $675,000. A Spitestown out of A Dam by Unbridled Song. And then you got the 4, Magnificent Chrome, who's by California Chrome out of A Dam by Unbridled Song as well. So both the same grandfather on the dam side. This one only costs $175,000 as a yearling, a lot cheaper than the $675,000 Cavaradossi. Both expensive horses, both very well-bred horses. The other tricky thing about Cavaradossi, though, is, I mean, this is the best horse. It's just a question mark of the lack of activity. I mean, this horse has been laid off. Man, was off since July of 2021 all the way to December 2022. Quite a time away from the races for this classy horse. But did run a couple in a row at the end of the year after running last summer here at Finger Lakes against tougher competition. Now shows up for 5,000. What do you do with a horse like this? Well, horse has got some back class and definitely the breeding, and that might just simply be good enough. And it's not a very quick field. You look at the early pace, probably from the outside, you would say Double Vision would be the speed. With the weight off, could be dangerous for Ralph D'Alessandro. But Cavaradossi, breeding-wise, I mean, you look at this horse, a half to 3 graded stakes winners, including Carpe Diem, Farrell, and JB's Thunder. I mean, Carpe Diem we see a lot. But I'm going to use this one on top with Magnificent Chrome. Use the two well-bred horses. Now, this one may be more turf on the dam side. The dam was a grade 1 winner. Of course, had success on the turf. And again, this will cost for $175,000 a yearling, but did resell for $37,000 as a 2-year-old. But has been competitive against some tough competition on the New York circuit, including Saratoga. I'd be a little concerned about the distance of 5 furlongs. Doesn't have a ton of early speed, although it did show some speed, a little more speed, being close to that 22 last time. But when doing that, when chasing a 22, ended up fading. So not a horse that, if it's going to be close and with the pace, has to be urged or asked early at 5 furlongs. Making it a tricky race. Again, I mean, you got Preferred Outcome in there, who's a perennial second-place finisher. But against this field, if these well-bred horses, classy horses, don't have it, who could it be? I mean, Double Vision maybe on the front end could steal it, or a horse like Preferred Outcome, who's always been consistent here at Finger Lakes, coming back from Tampa and not running that badly at Tampa with a couple fourth-place finishes down there. Definitely a horse you got to consider. 5 furlongs is like any other race. This horse has got a couple seconds at 3 starts. But overall, this horse has got a lot of seconds. And that's why Preferred Outcome, you can't really have much faith as far as on the win end. But a horse you can't discount as far as being in the top 3. Now, Double Vision could be dangerous. Is the speed on the outside, but is also off a layoff since November. So that's a concern. But maybe at 5 furlongs, it's a short distance. And it's a suspect field. I mean, there's a lot of question marks about some of these other horses in here. Maybe a horse that just gets to the front end can keep going, especially after the big day that D'Alessandro just had yesterday. So I'm going to go with a 3, 4, 5, 7 in today's first race. But, you know, you can't really love anybody in there. It's kind of like the rest of the card. I mean, you could narrow it down. You could say, well, I like 2 or 3 of them in here. But, you know, this $5,000 maiden, I mean, we're going 6 furlongs. This is like a marathon compared to what we've been racing. I mean, we've been running 4.5 and 5. This one goes 3/4 in race number 2. Haven't seen 6 furlongs. Still, I'm looking at pace. And then, you know, it's not like it's 4.5 and 5 anymore. But sometimes at 3/4, if you're low in speed, you might be better off going the longer distance because you can get relaxed out there. And that's kind of what I thought in this race. Now, MCRR doesn't have the best form. Actually, it's a pretty poor form when you consider the last 6 starts is lost by double digits every race. But then you look at the rest of the field. But the big thing is pace. Even though it's 3/4, who's the speed? MCRR could be the main speed. It's a question of, can he hold on? Is he good enough? Because he's been giving it up, chasing paces. There's just no speed in this race. And it's not like this is a speed horse. It's just a slow field that he's close up to paces that would put him on the front end against this field. You do have the return of Troy Smith, and I thought he had a couple good ones in today. I mean, this is one of them that definitely contends. Coming out of those races at Turf Paradise. Remember, Troy a few years ago has had similar horses as this one, and you see them win or second over and over and over again in the spring, just because they're most of the times because they're fit running in those 5,000 maidens versus our horses coming off the winter months. Well, Robin's Empire kind of fits the bill here, coming off a fourth place finish, going a short distance in that race not that long ago, April 10th. Not a lot of info as far as the breeding. I mean, it's the first foal out of an unraced dam. And the form isn't great, but the last race is good enough to put this horse in the mix against a field that really, is anybody hitting the board? Nobody's hitting the board. They're all losing by double digits in every start. And it's not like their maiden special weights dropping down. Maybe Buck's Luck is. That's one of those that's dropping. But the rest of them are losing double digits against 5,000s. This horse's fourth place finish at Turf Paradise is good enough to put him in the top three against these. A little concerned about pace, though. And the same thing with Perkey, DP. And I talk about pace because this is a horse that's very well bred to go longer. And he's in a 6 furlong race. At least it's not 4.5 or 5 furlongs. But you're by our Empire Maker out of a dam by Deputy Minister. Hasn't shown much in any of his starts, but he gets a little bit of class relief. He returns to Finger Lakes at 5,000. Not really a big drop because he was against the 2-year-old maiden special weights. Now against older horses for the first time, but let's face it, it's a soft older horse field that if this horse is an improving horse, learning the game, could be tough. And is a first-time gelding for this race, and that sometimes could be a positive factor, especially after running against much better. Maybe that's enough to put this horse in the winner's circle. He's 10-1 morning line. And just on class, I'm going to use him because there's not much else to really like in here. I mean, maybe the 2, Dynamic Storm. They thought enough of the horse as a 2-year-old to debut him in the Aspirant Stakes. Didn't do anything in that race, but, wasn't a big field. Why not take a shot, I guess? We could get a check. And then the next race against special weights did absolutely nothing. Well, they went to Tampa and ran him on the turf, and that's not a surprise. I mean, the horse is very well bred for the turf. You look at the dam side, well, both sides really, the horse should run well on the turf, and I guess that's the bad sign is he's running on a turf or the course he's supposed to like and not doing anything. Could be a result of the competition, too. Get some class relief, back to the dirt. Maybe Dynamic Storm could be a factor in here as well, but man, it's going to take them a while to get around 6 furlongs, especially these horses. We're looking at 1:15 for the final time. 5 furlongs is the third. This is a good one. It is an optional claiming allowance race. It's a never won 2 state bred condition, or with the optional claiming price of $10,000. I don't think anybody got in for the price. I think they're all in for the condition in this race. And it's a small field of 6, but a few of them you can make a case for. I mean, you got Toolcat, the class of the race, but still not as good on the dirt. I mean, she's won on the dirt here in the past, but let's face it, she's better on other surfaces, the synthetic, than she is on the dirt. Isle Storm looked good when she was able to get out to a lonely lead. I mean, she's dangerous if she's able to get out there on a lonely lead, but I don't think She's a Big Deal is going to let her go. And I went to She's a Big Deal for my top choice. She's had 2 wins at the 5 furlong distance. She's classy enough to beat this field. She's proven against the older horses in the last few starts, different surfaces, and she's won over the track. I mean, that's the big thing. Her last race was here at Finger Lakes. It was a long time ago, though, back in September. That's my concern, but class-wise, I think she can win here. Again, only 1 start since July, and it was. You look at the rest of the field. Has anybody really been out? Saratoga Beauty running in March, and Betty Smile, who is also in March. So, maybe that might not come into play here. But I'm going to think that She's a Big Deal off of that effort when we last saw her in September, might be able to beat this group. Mentioned the 4 Toolcat. She's a class. She came in and won a 1 state bred on the dirt back in July. She didn't need a big effort to beat the 1 state bred. I always say the toughest move through our allowance condition is from the 1 state bred to the 2 state bred. That's where you usually get into the classier competition. Although she beat a good field, including Sabrine, who was a real tough one for Aquilano last year. And she was able to beat that rival on the dirt. Again, she was over her head, had no chance in a stakes race here on the dirt. I mean, that's a different story when you're going on the dirt against Gone and Forgotten and others. But this is a realistic spot in the 2 state bred class-wise. And this time of year, she might have caught an easier group in that spot. But she, too, is off a layoff since October. The third choice for me is going to be the other speed, the 5 Isle Storm. When she was allowed to get loose on the lead, she won. And that was her last 2 starts. But she was fortunate enough to catch paceless fields. You had to love her last race. I mean, she probably should have been 1-9 in there. But she was able to beat an easier 1 state bred field. This is a little tougher. And again, she's a big deal, may have some speed as well, at least to keep her honest. Might make it tougher for her. But it is only 5 furlongs. If she clears, she's a big deal early, which she's a big deal, may let her clear early, hoping that she comes back to her instead of dueling. That gives her a shot here. The 6 Saratoga Beauty, has that race at Parks. It's not a good race, but she does have that race at Parks, and that might give her advantage over horses like She's a Big Deal and Toolcat and Isle Storm, who look to be the main contenders. Getting that race under your belt, sometimes that fitness really does help. See if that helps Saratoga Beauty. Although Worry does go to the 3. She's a Big Deal over this one. So maybe just an underneath type here in race number 3. This starts our $1 pick 6. Remember, we replaced the jackpot pick 6 with the $1 pick 6. Paid good. Yesterday wasn't that hard. I mean, it was actually one of the easier cards. And it paid over like $1,300. Congratulations if you played it. There's a couple of them you could have singled, and nobody was really, you could go too deep for most of those races. 4th race was an allowance race, so 1 state bred, going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, that's it. Maybe we'll keep an eye on that play because that could be a good pool. It's $1, not the old $2 picks. I mean, you might have to reach in your pocket a little more when you got to go 3 or 4 deep when you're talking $1 minimum play. But when it pays $1,300, what is it? 2 horses a race, couple singles, maybe $16 ticket. You hit it. Looking at this race, the 7 of Expensive Style, I'm going to lean towards this one. You can make a case for a few of them in here. I would go 2 or 3 deep in this race. I mean, you got Candy Zip for Troy Smith. It's got all kinds of class coming in from Turf Paradise. Horn of Plenty probably needed the race over the track, and the distance just never got going 4.5, and towards the end maybe got a little bit of a stride to him. But I think the distance did that one in his first start over the track. I kind of like Expensive Style coming from Florida. This one, of course, a New York bred. Jeff Englehart's been pretty good about finding these New York breds that are running at other tracks and running here. And when you got to run against other New York breds, especially in a 1 state bred condition, a lot of times it's easier than those open claimers. And this one claimed for $20,000 might be a good move moving here to the 1 state bred. And ran second in a tough starter 16. Going 5.5, and talking back in April of last year. Now, a lot has happened since then. Not only 1 start this year, and what I like about it is at least he got that start under his belt. It was against open 20s, and he ran a decent third. Now, this is a tough field for this condition, but I thought with that race under his belt, 5.5 might be a good distance, too, for Expensive Style with that stalking style that he has. I'm going to lean towards him on top. I'll go Horn of Plenty second. Again, maybe we could just draw a line through the last race. At least he got the race over the track, but he never really got going. He found himself way back early. I think it was last early. Finally had a little bit of a kick, kind of made a little bit of a middle move and just kind of flattened out. They didn't come back to him, and that happens a lot when you're talking 4.5 furlongs. And that's the case. You're going an extra furlong today, going to 5.5. Maybe he can get into the race a little bit more instead of trying to make a chase in the middle of the race. I mean, it's a different type of race when you don't have natural speed to get to the front end and you find yourself back early and you're not really a sit back and run late horse anyway. Well, even if you were at 4.5, you're not doing it. So 5.5 might be a better distance. He does have some speed. He's just got to be a little sharper out of the gate, and maybe he could get in the race. Definitely dangerous in here. Mentioned Candy Zip. Candy Zip, the new face here out of from Turf Paradise for Troy Smith. And last race, those are some tough horses. I mean, you're talking about optional claiming open allowance there at Turf Paradise after running against some cheaper claimers. But the numbers are good. The times are good for Candy Zip. And I think couldn't fit better against these New York breds. I mean, this is a New York bred running against basically allowance types last start at Turf Paradise. This should be a little bit easier, you would think, for a horse like Candy Zip, who has 4 wins in 5 seconds at the distance. Definitely got the experience of 5.5. Would be no surprise. I'll throw in the 6 Can't Beat Me, coming off a victory in New York in the mud. I think that he would like the mud, and yeah, he proved he liked the mud, although he didn't finish on the board the race before on the mud, but he caught a tough field, including a next out winner. We'll get to fast track here. Not that long of a layoff since the last start, early April. And with 2 wins in the last 3 starts for 14, fits here. I thought this race came up tough, though, for this allowance field, especially this time of year. Got a tough group there. 5th race, an allowance event going 5 furlongs. Fillies and mares have not won a race other than Claim Your Starter, or have not won 4 races. That could be a key here. 6 of 8 of them are in for the 4 lifetimes. So one of the 4. So you got to think, who are the 2 that aren't? I mean, you look at this one's a 3 lifetime. This is Darn That Song. That one is what, a 2-time winner. Guns Blazing is a 4-time winner. That should certainly help his cause. But I did go with one of the 3-time winners. Looking for a little bit of a price in here as my top choice. Well, I'm just trying to pick the horse that I think is going to win. Just happens to be a price in this race at odds of 8-1. To Do Sola. I know I'm not saying that one right. But this one, they ran in a stakes race, a restricted stake down in Penn National back last August. This is a Kentucky bred, by the way, by Street Sense. I mean, this one's got some breeding. She had a win a couple races back. And keep in mind, her last start, she caught a sloppy racetrack. She did have a win on the slop before, but it's not like she's got incredible off-track breeding or anything that maybe she didn't take to the racetrack. Plus, it was her first start off the layoff. If you're first start off the layoff and you're not really a mud runner, sometimes you're just picking up your feet and going the other direction. Probably needed that race, plus caught the off-track. You look at the previous races for To Do Sola, the numbers are good enough to win this race. And she's 8-1. Plus, she has speed. That's the other thing. You know, we're back to 5 furlongs. This isn't the marathon 3/4 race. This is 5 furlongs that with her speed, she's in the race early, might even get the lead, if depending on how Queen Stancer breaks from the rail. I know that one's inside of her. But she's out there with Queen Stancer regardless and has a good chance here, I thought, at odds of 8-1. But price of the day. Probably won't be now that I picked it. But the 1 Queen Stancer I'll use for second. Very logical horse. She's a 3 lifetime horse, but you know, she just got her 3rd victory at the end of last year. She was pretty much the main speed in that race against a soft field. But she's going good. And Linda Dixon's done a great job with these horses. You know, her 2- and 3-year-olds the last couple of years have been great, especially Hector Alejandro's doing a great job. When he owns those horses, they all do good. And this is one of them that he's one of the owners. I mean, they're all good, and they're all sharp. And Queen Stancer, don't have a problem with this one off the layoff. They usually have them fit. And speed from the inside at 5 furlongs, got to be dangerous. The 7, Amazing Doty. I guess the question mark was the dirt. I mean, she's trained on the dirt. She's trained here on the dirt. So obviously she should be able to run on the dirt. It was a tough field that she beat. She had to run down small pebbles. She was able to do so. And that was only 4.5 furlongs that she closed ground. So, yeah, this is a tougher field. But she could also improve off of that race. That was her first start since December, and she might just simply be moving in the right direction. The 4 Guns Blazing mentioned. This is a horse that's got 4 wins. And She's Got Game, I think, is the other one that has 4 wins against a bunch of horses that are still eligible for the 4 lifetime. That only matters if you're in good form, but Guns Blazing is in good form. Her main issue would be the time away from the races. She's hasn't started since August, where she ran at Saratoga, and she's good enough. I mean, she's good enough to beat these. She's got a bull at work for her return. But again, even with the bull at work, it is only 5 furlongs. So if she runs to that, gets out there, stays up close with Queen's Dancer and Tota Salah, she's going to be awfully tough in Huron class. But again, still the layoff's a little concern being off since August. Going to go to 6174 in the 5th. 6th race, a 5,000 claimer going 5 furlongs. Somebody's going to win race number 6. Maybe this is your spread race when you're talking about the dollar pick 6. When in doubt, take the horse that's got the best form last year, because who's got good form this year? Nobody. So, Lemonade Lady, always right there, does have enough tactical speed that she can be put in the race. She doesn't, obviously she's not a speed horse, but she's got enough speed that she's in the race. You got a few horses that are just simply deep closers going 5 furlongs. The speed of the race looks to come from the 2, Tootsie Song. That one, maybe fitness is an issue coming off the layoff since November. She's questionable whether she can last on the front end. Lemonade Lady might just be in position behind Tootsie Song to take over and win. Now, Tootsie Song, I think because she has speed, and she is the speed against a bunch of deep closers going 5 furlongs, gives her an advantage here. Yeah, she seemed to tail off at the end of last year. Changes Barnes, now in for 5,000 again. She's speed, though, and that's the big thing. You look at Central Capital, deep closer. Yes, Your Honor likes to come from out of it. Renina's Rose, deep closer. Betty's Rebel has speed, but she's way outside. Pal's Alley can be closer, but she's not really a speed horse. Tootsie Song is the speed of the race, and she's dangerous. The 3, Pal's Alley, I'm going to use for third at 15-1 for Lugu. Lugu says I never pick them, but I'm using them top 3 of the 15-1. Probably needed the last start. This horse never really got in the race. She was far back early. Looked like a horse that needed a race too. So, second start off the layoff, she could surprise you and get in the number. This was a former Engelhardt that certainly had credentials early in her career. It could be in the top 3 or 4. I'll use Yes, Your Honor for Dylan Clark. Another one that doesn't have much for early speed, so she's going to have to make a run at the end. But you expect Tootsie Song to get out there and probably stop. Maybe she won't because everybody's trying to come get her. Well, if that's the case, maybe that one stops. Lemonade Lady maybe is the one that takes over, and the rest of them come rolling late, and maybe Yes, Your Honor would be one of those to be closed in late. Chance to surprise, at least to be in the number. Going to go with the 4, 2, 3, 6 in race number 6. 7th race, scratch the 2, hardly working. I guess this is our feature race, but we usually put our feature in the 7th. But there's a couple of them today you could consider feature races, some good allowance races. But this is a 9-horse field, an allowance condition, never won 2. 9, of course, 9 after the scratch. I liked both of Rachel Sells' trainees. I was actually going back and forth which one I would put on top. I mean, Got the Gold past Persistent Danger when they faced going 4.5 furlongs. So now they go further. So your handicap at 101 logic would be, well, maybe you got to go with Got the Gold then. It's a longer distance. But I think Persistent Danger could sit a perfect trip here. You got some horses with some speed in this race with Bobby Ride and Shanty Shack and others that, I mean, that'll be great for Get the Gold, who is going to be outside. I don't love the post for Got the Gold, but that's the other one I like, of course. I thought ran a good race last time. Closed it behind a horse that was basically a main speed winner in Courageous Ula. I think that was the first win for the apprentice rider. But Persistent Danger also chased a lone speed. Sometimes that's a rough trip here at Finger Lakes. You're not relaxing and making a run against 2 horses that are battling it out. You're chasing a horse that's loose on the lead, and sometimes when that horse is alone, gets brave on the front end, and when you don't get there, you kind of get a little bit shied and diminish your rally. And I think that's what happened, and then the stablemate was a good one anyway. I like both of them. I could go either way anyway. I could have gone 10-6 or 6-10, but I like both of the horses from the Rachel Sells barn. Got them 1-2. The 3 is the other one, the wild card in here that I thought had the class and the numbers to win. Haven't seen many for John Buckley yet this year. What a phenomenal year Buckley had last year. I mean, he has that Take Charge Christie, who's also a good one. He had that one. Yeah, he had just mentioned Warriors Revenge. Plus, just overall, just a very good small barn. He's a hard worker and a good guy, and got to congratulate him for such a good season. Now, Trevor Bardet had a victory in February, then came back and caught mud in his first start since, in April. And that wasn't that long ago, was claimed out of that race. And I thought found a nice spot here in a 2 lifetime at Finger Lakes. Fits nicely class-wise and numbers-wise. I'll go with the 1 Bobby Ride for 4th. They bet this horse last time and really hampered by the start. Showed some talent as a 2-year-old. This is probably the toughest horse to gauge because the talent that he showed was against lesser 2-year-olds than what he'll face with the older horses here. Then they tried him in the Damon Runyon Stakes, which was way over his head, and he got off bad last time. So we still don't really have a gauge on how good Bobby Ride is, but he obviously did show some talent against 2-year-old competition. We'll go to the last race. We do scratch the AE because we're off the turf for the last, so scratch the AE DK game on. I'm going to go with the 4 Devious Banker. To turn the table on Smoking Ant. This one getting a little more distance is going to help going 5 furlongs, and the post is the big thing too. It's going to go from the 8 post where was stuck chasing wide to the 4 post, and that's big. The winner, Town Jack, had a perfect trip. Spoken Alone got pressed on the front end, so that's how Town Jack got the race. Devious Baker probably was going to be in the top 3 anyway if he would have got a better trip. But today, second start off a little bit of a layoff since February. 4 post is the big thing against a lesser field. Got him on top. Spoken Alone, a lot of seconds for Spoken Alone. Right kind of trip puts him in the winner's circle and ran dynamite off of the layoff, just got pressed. There wasn't much speed in there, so you figured he'd go to the lead, but he got pressed and wasn't able to hang on. The wild card here, and one that might be overlooked, is the 8 You're Awesome Boss, just on back class. Again, they started this horse, first start of the year, against starter allowance competition where he broke poorly. He really didn't run that badly in that first start against starter allowance competition. So get some class relief and could be one to keep an eye on at a price. He's right now, or morning line at 8-1. So going the 4, 6, 8, 1. Lover's Leap for Mark Tasso, another one to consider if that one's ready to go. Got the rail, and that one could lay close too. A 5 furlongs shouldn't be a bad distance for Lover's Leap. So those are my picks for today's card. Good luck with yours. We got 8 races today. We're going to be dark the next 6 days. Our next live racing day will be next Monday with a 1:15 first post. See you then.
Race 1 on the Tuesday card, a 5-furlong affair, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race in the past year. $5,000 claimers, a 7 double vision, now 5 pounds over. Juan Diaz riding at 117 this afternoon. 7 double vision, 5 pounds over the weight. 7 double vision with an additional workout. 5th of May, Finger Lakes Muddy Track, 3/8, 39.10 seconds breezing. A fast racetrack for the Tuesday card, 8 races. Race 1 will start the early double, the early pick 4. A field of 7 to commence the card. Here's the post parade, beginning with the 1, our boy Bodie and jockey Jackie Davis. Next will be number 2, Duck Pond Road and Nazario Alvarado. Number 3 is Cavera and John Davila Jr. Current favorite at 5-2. 4 is Skip the Parade. 5 is Preferred Outcome, Luis Perez. 6 is Bowing Snowman, Jeremiah Flores. 7 double vision, Juan Diaz. Once again, 5 pounds over for the Bug Boy. Skipping the Parade, number 4, Magnificent Chrome and Andre Worry. 1:15 is the post time for the Tuesday opener. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Tuesday card here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. 8 races, fast racetrack. The opener with 7 grizzled veterans. It starts the early double and the early pick 4. $5,000 claimers, non-winners of a race in the past year. Very wide open board. Check it out. Cavera at 5-2. Both Magnificent Chrome and Preferred Outcome are 3-1. Tote support for the bottom 2. A Bowing Snowman and Double Vision. They are both 5-1. You get the rail runner, our boy Bodie, at 6-1. And then the long shot, Duck Pond Road. A very wide open event. Kind of thought the 3 Cavera would attract a lot of wagering attention. Only 5-2 on the board. Is he dead on the board? Perhaps. I don't know. I was expecting him to be significantly lower. We'll talk about him momentarily. I found this race to be a little tricky between the 3, 4, and 5. You know, Cavera has not run much. He looked sensational when he ran in 21 here at Finger Lakes, especially the 9th of June effort. Only a couple of races, or several races, 3 races to be exact, since that authoritative victory. Resurfaced in December and then January and didn't run much. Talking about the 3 Cavera, I put him second. I wasn't sure what to do with him. Didn't know what to do with Magnificent Chrome either. Very, very speedy individual. Okay, here's what I'm getting at, fans. Hoping the 3, 4, and 7 all really gun hard with one another, and then the 5, Preferred Outcome, comes with his run. Preferred Outcome likes to run second a lot, and he's only 3 for 36 on a fast racetrack with all those runner-up efforts. I like the fact he has a couple of races at Tampa of late. He had 3 races to conclude the 22 season. That was a good effort 4 races ago. When he got the lead at the 8th pole by a length but couldn't seal the deal, he has a lot of repeat winners in his company lights. 3 out of his last 4 races have resulted in the horse that defeated him. The winner of those 3 of 4 races came back and got to the winner's circle. Tampa can have some salty customers at this 5,000 level during their winter season. Maybe the 5 furlong distance, 3, 4, and 7 all really go at it, and Preferred Outcome can come with his run. I made him my top pick despite all of those runner-up efforts. Always had a soft spot in my heart for this 9-year-old gelding. Maybe he can get it done today with some racing recency in his corner and hoping he gets ample pace to chase. Now you're looking at the 3 Cavera. I should have gone to Preferred Outcome first. Sorry about the confusion. 3 Cavera really was impressive in early June of 21. So much that he was stepped up to a pretty salty allowance race. Look at some of the customers he had to deal with in that affair. Tommy the Torch, Flying Emperor, Ladies Golden Guy. They are just some of the best sprinters on the grounds. resurfaced on the 16th of December in 22, and look who he runs up against, a Caltech who won 6 races in 22. A Caltech won 5 races last year here at Finger Lakes and capped off his 22 season with that $10,000 score. 6 wins for a Caltech, over $100K in the bank last year. So Caverradose had to run into a pretty sharp customer. Came back about a month later, didn't run much. Didn't run much at all. He's had some workouts. He shows back up here at Finger Lakes. He's in for 5,000, and he's 2-1 on the board. Obviously, if he runs back to that starter allowance race, they're all running for second. When he shows up, he's huge. When he doesn't, he's equally as not impressive. Don't know what you get with Caverradose. That's the big gamble. 4 Magnificent Crow makes a lot of sense. He's very, very speedy. He's dropping from 10 to 5. Just been a while since he stuck around. You got to go all the way back to the 19th of June for him to show anything in the lane. And that day he closed from off the pace. That was for $32,000. Then he was claimed for 16 in February. Now you're getting for 5. I'll tell you what, it's a trend. You don't want to be backing horses like this. Horses that you show in the form, they got 40,000, they got 32,000, 50,000, 16. Now he's all the way in for 5. The one thing you do know is he's very, very speedy, and he's going to probably make the pace in this 5 furlong affair. Double Vision's quick, so too is Caverradose on his best day. Our boy Abodi has shown some pace also. It's going to be interesting to see how this pace scenario develops. If they go quick early and a bunch of them go, then it shapes up for preferred outcome. He's 9-5. I made him my top pick. I like the 5-1 morning line a lot better than the current 9-5 price. But he does have a lot of good races from yesteryear and all that good Tampa for him with all those repeat winners. Let's see if we get some pace battle up front and preferred outcome. The grizzled veteran comes the calling in the final furlong. Race 1 starting the early double. It starts our early pick 4. It's going to happen pretty quickly here at Finger Lakes for our Tuesday card. One minute post time in less than a 1 minute. It's post time for the Tuesday opener. Number 5, preferred outcome, is the current favorite. He's 9-5. 3 Caverradose at 5-2. The 4 Magnificent Chrome 7-2. Our boy Abodi, the first of 7 into the gate. Here's Duck Pond Road, the big long shot. Next will be Caverradose. Just his 3rd start since the summer of 21. The speedy Magnificent Chrome, preferred outcome. He's looking for his 9th career victory. All those runner-up efforts, 8 wins and 19 second-place finishes. Couple to load, Bowing Snowman and Double Vision. Bowing Snowman is in. Double Vision, the last of 7. Ready for the Tuesday opener. And there they go. Cavaradose not that quickly away. Preferred Outcome came out running. From his inside is Magnificent Chrome just a little quicker. Double Vision's up close to the action. Bowing Snowman from the extreme outside. Duck Pond Road from the rail. Cavaradose with a sluggish start. Our boy Bodie is the last of all. They head into the far turn run. Magnificent Chrome and Preferred Outcome. Double Vision had to check there from the far outside races. Bowing Snowman, so Preferred Outcome, who usually does his best running from off the pace, is into the race very early. Bowing Snowman testing him. Magnificent Chrome's back to third. Cavaradose tries to launch his charge with our boy Bodie, who has been tipped off the rail. He's from the far outside. Preferred Outcome is very strong this afternoon. He arrives at the 8th pole with the lead. Bowing Snowman's testing him. Magnificent Chrome trying to win from off the pace. Cavaradose's closing in with his strong run. Preferred Outcome and to the outside. Magnificent Chrome. Here comes Magnificent Chrome. Magnificent Chrome's up in time. Preferred Outcome ran his heart out. He loves to run second. That's where he ends up. Then Cavaradose and our boy Bodie. Good way to start the Tuesday card with the Grizzled Veterans. Preferred Outcome. Boy, he ran a big one this afternoon. Testing the pace, dealing with Magnificent Chrome and Bowing Snowman and Double Vision. Boy, Magnificent Chrome has run a big race, fans. He has come from off the pace to win this one. Preferred Outcome, who loves to run second, in a photo for that spot with Cavaradose. Then our boy Bodie in a photo for fourth with Bowing Snowman. A good Tuesday opener here at Finger Lakes. 1 minute and 49 100ths the final time. Second place, 5, Preferred Outcome. Third place, number 3, Cavaradose. Fourth place, number 1, our boy Bodie. 4-5-3-1 in the opener. Magnificent Chrome with his 4th career victory, a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by California Chrome out of the Damn Magnificent Song, owned by Robert Rahal. Winning trainer is Natalia Lynch. Winning jockey Andre Worry, a Kentucky bred by Calumet Farm. And the opener is official. 4-5-3 won that exact to $37.60. The trifecta, $24.25. Both of those payoffs pretty nice. And that 10-cent super, $16.95. Second race, 3, She Speaks Well. Make the jockey Rafael Rojina Jr. The 5, a Perky DP, 1 pound over the weight. 2 and 5, both with additional workouts. The 2, Dynamic Storm, a 4th of May here at Finger Lakes, a sloppy racetrack, 3/8, 37.30 seconds breezing, and the 5, Perky DP, 4th of May, Finger Lakes, sloppy racetrack, half mile, 51.40 seconds breezing. Second race in 21 minutes at 1:44, commencing the early pick 3. Fans, this season you can get a free Finger Lakes program online. All you have to do is go to our Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack website. That's www.fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, then click on free digital programs. And you can have access to a free program each and every racing day. Free Finger Lakes online programs. Visit our website, www.fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, scroll down to free digital programs, and there you'll have them. Pretty cool. Something new here in 2023 at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Racing will resume again on Monday. Next week we are scheduled for Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays will join the fray. Don't forget, we will be open for simulcast racing throughout the week and weekend. Live racing again on Monday, and hopefully next week, not hopefully, we're going to make it happen. Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays beginning next week, a 3-day work week for the concluding part of our season, for the duration of our season, a better way to phrase it. So don't forget, live racing again on Monday at 1:15.
Getting ready for race number 2. Magnificent Chrome had that breeding along with Carvadosi, who didn't get out very well. But Magnificent Chrome able to get out with the speed and able to accomplish the victory. That's Andre Worry for Natalia Lynch in the first. The second race is a 5,000 maiden claimer that goes the long distance of 6 furlongs. The current favorite is the outside horse, the 7, Robin's Empire. But I was looking at this from a pace standpoint where it's not a lot of speed in here, even though now we're going further, though, 6 furlongs, but still, the pace of the race doesn't seem to be there as far as any true horses on the front end. I thought maybe the 4 MCRR could make the lead, as this horse was chasing some fast fractions last time in the slot. But you look back, this horse has been chasing 22s, 23s at Aqueduct and is right there with the front runners. And in a race that's just void of any kind of early speed, maybe this one can make the front, can make all the difference. Actually, still get some class relief too. That should help going from the 25 and 40,000 maidens all the way down to the bottom here at Finger Lakes. So logical horse from a pace standpoint, MCRR, not so much for the form, but the class relief should help. The 7 horse is Robin's Empire. Only got beat 4 lengths in a bottom maiden claimer at Turf Paradise at odds of 51-1, but that race is good enough to beat most of these. 6-1 morning line getting some play right now at 8-5, but the previous race is not that good. But you know, fitness shouldn't be a problem. We've seen horses like this come in before, and Troy Smith making his return with Robin's Empire, who's a player right now and is on the board at odds of 8-5. The 2 is Dynamic Storm. This one has been running on the turf, and not surprisingly so, is this one's very well bred for the turf. Started off his career here at Finger Lakes trying the Aspirant Stakes, thought enough of him to put him in that race in his debut. Did catch a sloppy track. So the only fast dirt track race that this horse had was going a route. So this will actually be the first fast dirt race in a sprint. Looking at all those angles, he still hasn't shown much in a lot of his races, but this is easier competition, and I think that's the biggest angle to look at for the 2 Dynamic Storm, who's at odds of 4-1. So that's a few of the horses getting some action here in race 2. A couple of them I liked. Exacta Try, Super, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, turn your programs to the 8th race. There's a late scratch being announced for the first time in the nightcap scratch for Devious Banker. For Devious Banker, scratch from the nightcap. Second race, 3-year-olds and up, maiden claimers, 5,000 the level, a 6-furlong affair. A Rafael Rohina Jr., new jockey aboard number 3, She Speaks Well. The 5 Perky DP, 1 pound over the weight. First leg of the early pick 3. Post time in about 4 minutes at 1:44. Here's the field. Number 1 is Westworld with Kevin Navarro. Next will be number 2, Dynamic Storm, Kaber Koa. 3, She Speaks Well, Rafael Rohina Jr. Next will be the 4, MCRR, Oscar Gomez. The 5 is Perky DP with Andre Worry. Andre's looking to sweep the early double, 1 pound over. 6 is Bucks Luck, Jeremias Flores. And the 7 is Robbins Empire with Jackie Davis. About 3 minutes until post time. Second race will start the early pick 3. Maiden claimers, 5,000 the level. Very difficult handicapping assignment. Not a lot of form with all 7 participants. The rail horse has 15 starts with 6 third-place finishes. The current favorite, the 4, is 0 for 12 with a runner-up effort and 1 third-place finish. The 3's run third once in his life. Other than that, everybody else is looking to crack the board. Not the easiest of handicapping assignments, that's for sure. Low price on the 4, MCRR. We'll talk about him momentarily. Landed on the 7, Robbins Empire. The Desert Rat, Troy Smith, back here at Finger Lakes. Watch the replay of this horse this morning. This 5-year-old was 6 lengths out at the top of the lane and finished pretty good. I know it's made in 45, but it's turf paradise, and it's not like he's in against any world beaters here. He has shown the ability to at least run on in the final furlong in that recent start. The gallop out was good. The finish was good. Why not? He's in against a bunch of horses that show that they backpedal from the top of the lane to the wire in all of their starts. You know, She Speaks Well once upon a time closed some lengths. That was back on the 23rd of November. That's a big rally if that is correct. 20 lengths out at the top of the lane to get within 3. Westworld, 3 races ago, made up ground from the top of the lane to the wire. Other than that, most of these horses are backpedaling once they swing into the lane. Thought I'd take a shot with the 7, Robbins Empire. Has a winner foundation under his belt. Closed pretty good in a 5-furlong affair. Gets an extra furlong to negotiate. He's a New York bred. Why not? Robbins Empire right now at 5-2 for the Desert Rat. Can't believe it. The Desert Rat back here at Finger Lakes. Troy Smith. 4, MCRR, I guess he makes a lot of sense. He probably will be on the lead. He's dropping significantly. We see these Naira invaders come to Finger Lakes all the time with not a lot of form on paper and drop all the way to the bottom and just cruise like Cadillacs. I know he did show some races that were promising in September and October, and probably both of those races are good enough to land him in the winner's circle. A short price on a horse who backpedals repeatedly. I figured I'd go searching somewhere else. That's why I landed on the 7. The 2, Dynamic Storm's got some long turf races under his belt at Tampa, and he kind of fits the bill like the current favorite. He's dropping in class, and he has every right to wake up in this spot. He's currently a 4-1. Didn't have a lot to say here in race 2. 7-4-2 for me. Taking a shot with the Desert Rat. Troy Smith here in race 2. 1 minute, the horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the second race. Couple of 2-to-1 shots on the board. The 4 and 7 MCRR and Robbins Empire. 7 Robbins Empire with a little bit more money on the win end. Westworld. Dynamic Storm. MCRR now 9-5. Robbins Empire 2-1. Here She Speaks Well. Buck's Luck minus the jockey Jeremias Flores. Buck is in. Jeremias will remount. MCRR now 8-5. Moving forward. Perky DP, Andre Worry looking to sweep the early double. And the Phoenix Invader, a Robbins Empire. Robbins Empire with a little help from the assistant starters. Early pick 3 time. And there they go. Robbins Empire with a quick start. MC Double Roar is showing pace. Dynamic Storm is into the race. Gun for the lead. And it is Dynamic Storm who gets to the front. From the outside is Robbins Empire. MC Double Roar has the third spot. And here comes a Buck's Luck to the far outside as he strides into fourth. Westworld's in the fifth spot. Perky DP towards the tail, covering She Speaks Well. Dynamic Storm has the lead. Robbins Empire from between runners. Buck's Luck from the extreme outside. MC Double Roar from the inside. Westworld has 5 lengths to make up, but trying to advance along the inside. After that race is She Speaks Well and Perky DP. Here comes MC Double Roar up the inside to engage Dynamic Storm. And Robbins Empire is being pushed on, trying to stay in contention. MC Double Roar with a split along the inside. And Westworld is closing in gradually along the inside. MC Double Roar, the one to come and beat at the top of the lane. Westworld is progressing nicely, vying for second. Robbins Empire and Dynamic Storm back to fourth. MC Double Roar with the lead. Robbins Empire is trying to close to the outside. MC Double Roar, Robbins Empire trying to gather them in. MC Double Roar still with the lead. Robbins Empire to the outside. And here they are. Pretty tight. Robbins Empire trying to come and get that late lunge after MC Double Roar. Then go to Westworld and Dynamic Storm. $115 and 13/100ths. MC Double Roar looked pretty good at the 3/16. Looked like he was kicking all the way to the winner's circle. And got a little tired past that 8th pole. Here comes Robbins Empire and Westworld after him. MC Double Roar still with the lead. Robbins Empire Big 5-year-old with a big stride covering a lot of ground. Who wins this photo? 1:15 and 13/100ths, the final time. Seven, Robbins Empire first. Second place to the 4, MCRR. Third place to the 1, Westworld. Fourth place, number 2, Dynamic Storm. Entering the winner's circle is the 7, Robbins Empire. 5-year-old bay gelding by Soaring Empire out of the dam of Flying a Robin Hood. Owned and bred in New York by Craig Lanham, a winning trainer. The Desert Rat, Troy Smith, winning jockey. That girl, Jackie Davis. Second race is official. 7-4-1-2, the early double, 4-7, $34.20. 7-4 exact at $12, 7-4-1 trifecta, $11.75. The 10-cent super, 7-4-1-2, $4.67. Third race will start the pick 6. 2 Sweet Shallots, an additional workout, 4th of May. Finger Lakes, a sloppy track, 3/8, 37.20 seconds, breezing. The pick 6 in about 21 minutes at 2:13. Fourth race, the 6, Can't Beat Me. Paul Barrows, the owner-trainer. There's a bunch of additional workouts, so make sure to utilize the crawl for all the additional workouts. 7th race, scratch the 2, Hardly Working. 8th race, scratch 4, Devious Banker. Also scratch the also eligible 11, OK Game On. Jockey change to the 10, 2-step slew to Rafael Rojita Jr. About 20 minutes until the pick 6 at 2:13. Make sure to sign up and be part of our Finger Lakes bonus bets.com. 6% rewards when wagering on Finger Lakes races. New customers that deposit and wager $100 receive a $50 sign-up bonus. If you're not a member, sign today. You play, we pay. Finger Lakes bonus bets.com.
in the paddock for race number 3. And the two favorites run 1-2. But it was an interesting race because MCRR made that big move on the inside. Looked like he was going to be an easy winner. And then just hit a wall. And then Robbins Empire in a perfect position under Jackie Davis. They finished in a sizzling 115 and change. It was Robbins Empire able to nose out a tiring MCRR to get the win. Jackie Davis for trainer Troy Smith. First one back for Troy Smith is a victory. He's got another one later today. Third race goes 5 furlongs. It is an optional claiming allowance. $10,000 would be the price. The optional claiming price, I believe, all are in for the allowance condition, which is a never won 2 state bred. We start the $1 pick 6 in this race. Current favorite is the 3. She's a big deal. She's a big deal coming off a big victory when last seen here in September when she won a 1 state bred going short 5.5 furlongs. Short up even more 5 furlongs. Big thing is, will she be fit enough to win here? She's had only the 1 start since July of last year, but that was here and was a victory. So she would be the horse to beat. It's just a question of fitness coming off the layoff. She's getting some play at even money. The one horse is Betty Smile. Betty Smile lost by double digits when last seen at Aqueduct. That was in March. Was running well here, very consistent, running in those upper claimers and winning a 1 state bred. Tougher move coming back in the 2 state bred, but again, she runs very well to her competition, and she could be a threat in here. But my top choice was the 3. She's a big deal. A little concerned about the lab. The 4 Tool Cat was another interesting one because she's one that generally prefers other surfaces than the dirt, but she did win here in the 1 state bred on a dirt course over a good one in Sabrine that day. So, and she put up a good number for the race too. So it's not like she's not capable of running on the dirt. Can she beat this competition off a layoff on the dirt would be the question. And she's classy enough to do so. And she's at odds of 7-1. So she is a little bit of a price as that question mark does come into play with the dirt course. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the $1 Pick 6 starts in race number 3. Got 9 minutes to post.
Third race, New York Breds, Fillies and Mares. Second allowance condition, optional claiming tag of $10,000, a 5 furlong affair. First leg of our pick 6, $1 traditional pick 6 this season here at Finger Lakes. Post time in about 6 minutes. Here's the field. One is Betty Smile, Jackie Davis looking for back-to-back scores. 2 is Sweet Shallots, Oscar Gomez. 3 is the favorite. She's a big deal. 6-5, Andre Worry looking for another winner on the Tuesday card. 4 is Toolcat, Cabercoa. And still waiting for both 5 and 6 to make their way onto the racetrack. Here's the 5 Isle Storm, Nazario Alvarado. And the 6 is Saratoga Beauty with Kevin Navarro. 5 minutes until the pick 6. Pick 6 time on the Tuesday card. No secret here. 3, She's a Big Deal, is probably the gal to beat. 4-5, last seen on the 6th of September right here at Finger Lakes. What a performance that was. She just went straight to the front. 22-4, 46-2, and opened up with ease. 4-5 that day, defeating Stimulus Check. And First Forever, She's a Big Deal. Has a bunch of workouts at Delaware Park, including a 5 furlong out of the gate on the 22nd of April. My theory, there's no theory that needs to be really talked about here. She is the big favorite at 4-5. Here's what I was thinking, though, is if she's not ready to rock and roll, why would they put her on the van and venture her here to Finger Lakes? So I don't think she's going to come up short. 5 furlongs probably fits her pretty nicely. Last time she competed on 5 furlong distance race on the main track was back in early July over a sealed muddy racetrack, and she sat just off of it and opened up with ease. She's probably plenty fit, ready to rumble. She's got the 5 furlong working once again. She would not be here if she wasn't fit and ready to rock and roll with all those Delaware work. She's the one to beat, no question about it. She could deal with some pace pressure from Isle Storm. Isle Storm is very, very quick. So let's say the 3 and the 5 do hook up, then maybe the 1 and the 4 are the 2 that could benefit from it the most. 4 Toolcat is a 1 for 3 at the distance with a runner-up effort. She's got some nice workouts, and she does have a local drill. She does have a victory over the course. That was a nice first allowance win when sprinting in early July. She is a nice gal. There's no question about it. Look at her career earnings, $150,000, just shy of it by 45 bucks. 6 for 22 with 4 runner-up efforts. She's 6-1. She's hoping there's a pace meltdown. Betty Smile's probably thinking the same. I don't think she's quick enough to go with both the 3 and the 5. I don't think that's going to hurt her too much. She could sit a very cozy trip if the 3 and the 5 engage with one another. Even you throw in Sweet Shallots, maybe Betty Smile gets a nice trip. She's had some races this winter. One at Penn and a couple at Aqueduct. Back here at Finger Lakes, where she had a very, very productive 2022. Look at her Finger Lakes record. 12 starts, 4 wins, 4 seconds, and 1/3. So this is where she does her best running. She's currently a 4-1. Her best race makes her competitive in this spot. And then you get the 5 Isle Storm. Maybe Isle Storm just breaks like a rocket, which she has done in the past, and opens up and nobody can come and catch her. She is currently also 4-1 in the wagering. She's a big deal. She is a short price to start our pick 6. She's the even money favorite. Pick 6 time on a Tuesday card here at Finger Lakes. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the third race. 6 fillies and mares arriving at the starting gate. 3, she's a big deal, 4 to 5. 5, Isle Storm, 7 to 2. Betty Smile, the first of 6 into the gate. Sweet Shallots will be next. Sweet Shallots leads the field with victories. She is looking for her 14th career trip to the winner's circle. She's a big deal. The favorite at 4 to 5. 3 to load, Toolcat, Isle Storm, and Saratoga Beauty. Saratoga Beauty, the big long shot at 14 to 1 to the outside. Ready for the Tuesday pick 6. And there they go. And out for the lead is Sweet Shallots. Here comes Isle Storm. Betty Smile shows pace. Also there is Toolcat. She's a big deal. Comes away running in 5th. She is from off the pace this afternoon, and she's 5 lengths from Isle Storm. At the tail is Saratoga Beauty. So Isle Storm is the speed of the speed. Opens up better than 3 at the 3/8 from Sweet Shallots. Betty Smile holds her ground from the rail. Toolcat's in the 4th spot. She's a big deal. Is a good 6 off the lead, joined by Saratoga Beauty. So Isle Storm's the one to come and catch. Sweet Shallots is chasing, trying to cut into the margin. In 3rd is Betty Smile. Toolcat begins her move to the outside. She's a big deal. Is under pressure, not really responding at the back. And there's Sweet Shallots with the first over. Toolcat to the outside. Betty Smile up the inside. Here comes Toolcat making her bid. Toolcat has momentum at the 16th. Up goes Toolcat. Toolcat at 7 to 1 in an upset. From Sweet Shallots, Betty Smile in 4th place to Isle Storm. Toolcat in an upset, 7 to 1 on the board. Very disappointing effort from the big favorite. She's a big deal at even money, finishing last. 4, Toolcat in the upset. 2nd place 2, Sweet Shallots. 3rd place 1, Betty Smile. 4th place number 5, Isle Storm. 59.63 seconds, the final running time from today's 3rd. Toolcat ready on return. Her 7th career victory. 6-year-old Dark Bay or Brown Mare by Kitten's Joy out of the dam Tismariand. Owned by Robert and Tammy Kilmasuski. Bred in New York by the Kilmasuskis. Winning trainer is Beth Miller-Zoll. Winning jockey Kay Burkoa. Race 3 is official. 4-2-1-5. That double 7-4, $56. A 4-2 exacta, $98. 4-2-1 trifecta, $73.75. 10-cent super, 4-2-1-5, $56.75. Fourth race will start the pick 5. Number 1, Invaluable Will, 5 pounds over. The 6, Can't Beat Me. Paul Barrow is the owner and trainer. There are a couple of additional workouts. 1, Invaluable Will, 4th of May. Finger Lakes Sloppy Track, half mile, 48.30 seconds breezing. Then the 4, Horn of Plenty on the 5th of May. Belmont Training Track, 3/8 fast track, 38.22 seconds breezing. The pick 5 in about 23 minutes at 2:43.
Getting ready for race number 4. Toolcat, class of the race, was a big price in there at odds of 7-1. She's a big deal. There was a question mark about the layoff for that horse, only one start since July. She didn't fire, and really Toolcat was probably the class of the rest of them. And remember, she was here last year, won a race on the dirt, defeated Sabrina, was a good one last July off a little bit of a layoff. So Beth Miller-Saul doing a good training job with Toolcat. That one got the victory under Keeber Cohen. Drifted up to a big price of 7-1. Fourth race, we start the pick 5. Exactitry Super and Daily Double offered in here. The current favorite is the 4, Horn of Plenty. Was a little sluggish at the start. I think that comment's right. And tried to make up some ground. 4.5 was probably the main issue for Horn of Plenty, who did have a little bit of run late to finish 4th. Gets a little kick in here. He's going to get play at 6-5. That one is the current favorite. The horse I picked on top was the 7, Expensive Style, who does have a win at the distance. Comes from Tampa. This one has had one start this year, and that was a good third against open $20,000 claimers. This actually might be easier going to the 1 state bred allowance here at Finger Lakes. So if he can bring that form here, he could be awfully tough in this 5.5 furlong race. Hits the board often, 20 for 30 in the top 3, has a win at the distance, and should be awfully tough in here. He should be formidable. He's currently at odds of 4-1. Just mentioned the 4, House Horn of Plenty. Jacobson has done good with the horses that he's sent here, and this is, and just mentioned that was mainly the distance more than anything when you're trying to chase down going 4.5. A little different going 5.5. Horse a top 3 threat, again, probably more of a top 3 threat in this race. The 6 horse Can't Beat Me is at 6-1 and has won 2 of his last 3 at Aqueduct. So we'll get a change of scenery here, moving to face our allowance horses, and the numbers match up. This horse isn't out of it by any means, and definitely could be a threat. Allowance isn't really a big move up when you're talking about the 14s at Aqueduct, but maybe a slight move up when you look at how tough this field is, but definitely a threat, one of a few you can make a case for to win race number 4. The other one you got to give us a good chance to would be the 3 Candy Zip for trainer Troy Smith. He already won a race earlier today, was able to sneak up and catch a horse that was tiring earlier in a maiden race. This one a lot better than that other one that went 115. Comes in here from Turf Paradise, does catch a tough group, but ran against a tough group in his last start where he was claimed in an optional claiming allowance race. Had been running pretty well with a 1st and a 2nd against claimers at Turf Paradise. Has 4 wins at the distance. Overall a good record, 26 for 46 in the top 2. So there's some things to like about Candy Zip. And he does have some good tactical speed that he could be up close in this 5.5 furlong sprint. Not getting much for early play at odds of 8-1. That's a few of the contenders in here. A couple that I like in race number 4. We do start the pick 5. Exactitry Super and Daily Double available as well.
Race 4, an allowance event, New York breds, first state bred condition, 5.5 furlongs, 1 invaluable will, 5 pounds over the weight, 6 can't beat me. Ownership line should read Paul Barrow. Paul's the owner trainer. Fourth race starts the pick 5, post time in about 6 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Invaluable Will with jockey Juan Diaz. Next will be the 2, Son of Darkness, Joel Saunier. 3 is Candy Zip, Cabercoa looking for back-to-back victories. Troy Smith looking for a training double. 4 is Horn of Plenty, the favorite at 7-5. Andre Worry looking for a riding double. 5 is Drossel Diem looking for 3 in a row dating back to last season. Emmanuel Di Diego is the pilot. Drossel Diem with a recent victory this season. Here is the 6, Can't Beat Me, Oscar Gomez. Next will be number 7, Expensive Style with John Davila Jr. And the 8 is Laubanamo and Jeremias Flores. This one is a stablemate to the 2, Son of Darkness, both conditioned by Rachel Sells. Our pick 5 in about 5 minutes. Pick 5 time on the Tuesday card. Number 4, Horn of Plenty, my top selection. I love the 4-1 morning line. Despise the current odds of 6-5. He disappointed us all on the 24th of April when he was a little more than even money. That was a 4.5 furlong race in a similar condition to this first allowance. Here's a horse who won an open 16,000 at Santa Anita in early February, going 6.5 furlongs in a nice 16-3. Got an 82 buyer that day. Won a race before that for about a 12.5 down to 10.5, an open race at Santa Anita and a brisk 109 and change from just off the pace. Second start over the surface. I'm willing to give him another look. He does have an additional workout since he raced. It's not listed in the racing form or our local programs. That was on the 5th of May at Belmont Training Track, a 3/8 move in 38.22 seconds breezing. And once upon a time, I remember I had a trainer telling me that when a horse comes back on short notice, they like to have a quick work or at least a 3 furlong move in between. We're getting that with Horn of Plenty. He's 8-5. He's going to drift up just a little bit, I hope. I'm willing to give him another shot here. Looking for his 8th career victory. Horn of Plenty, if he can win for open 16 at Santa Anita, boy, you got to think he's got to be pretty contentious in a state bred at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'll make him my top pick. 7, Expensive Style, a recent claim by Jeffrey Engelhart. Jeffrey and Robert Photo stepped up with $20,000, claiming this one out of a nice open $20,000 at Tampa from an old buddy of mine, Dennis Ward, who used to condition horses back in Northern California. Expensive Style comes out of that race in which the winner came back to get right to the winner's circle. In fact, his last 2 races, both of the winners promptly returned to get to the winner's circle. Now, this recent race on the 24th of March was his 23 debut run as a 6-year-old, and he ran a good race, making a nice move to the 8th pole before flattening out a bit. This is probably a much easier spot than that open 20. He's never been really big on winning, though. 4 for 30 with 9 seconds and 7 thirds, but they have been against a lot better competition. He's definitely very logical at 5-2. 6, Can't Beat Me could be an up-and-comer. Here's a 4-year-old who's getting better and better with each and every start. In fact, 2 out of his last 3 races have resulted in trips to the winner's circle. That was against 16,000 N2L 3-back, and then recently in a 14,000 N3L race over a sealed money racetrack, he was able to get the job done. He's been racing all winter. He comes into this race in good form, and he's hoping for lots of pace. He's going to get some pace, especially with the presence of Son of Darkness, who likes to go early. Drossel Diem should be mixing it up. So look at the 6 a little bit. Can't Beat Me. He is currently at 9-2. And then you get the 3, Candy Zip, who comes in from Turf Paradise. Troy Smith already got to the winner's circle earlier today. Here's a horse who won an open race or at least it was a conditioned claiming race at Turf Paradise for $10,000. Has an open $15,000 at Emerald back in early September. Has some decent races on his form, and he's been racing up against some tough competition in the Northwest and then in the desert at Phoenix at Turf Paradise. Candy Zip worth a little bit of a look at a 5-1. Willing to give Horn of Plenty one more chance. He disappointed us on the 24th of April. I think this is a much better distance for him at 5.5 furlongs. He's 7-5. He's getting the top billing to start our Tuesday Pick 5. Post time in a couple of minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the fourth race, the start of our Tuesday Pick 5. 7-5 Horn of Plenty, 5-2 Expensive Style. Good-sized field of 8 at the starting gate. Inside 2 are situated. Here's Candy Zip. Next will be the favorite Horn of Plenty. Disappointing effort on the 24th of April as a beaten favorite. No grudges held by the Finger Lakes fans. He's still the favorite. Drossel Diem's in. Here's Can't Beat Me. Couple to load Expensive Style and Laubanimo, one of 2 for Rachel Sell. Stablemate to Son of Darkness. Expensive Style, a recent claim by Jeffrey Englehart and Robert Photos. Second choice at 5-2. And Laubanimo will be the last of 8. Laubanimo ready to complete the lineup. Ready for the Tuesday Pick 5. And there they go. Drossel Diem, Invaluable Will, quickly away. Son of Darkness not showing that expected pace. Also up close to the action races. Candy Zip from the outside is Expensive Style. Horn of Plenty comes away running in sixth. Then Banamo and Can't Beat Me at the back. Finally, Son of Darkness gears up from the rail. He joins Invaluable Will for the top spot. Drossel Diem is 3 deep. Candy Zip 4 wide. Expensive Style out there in no man's land. Horn of Plenty now advancing along the rail, has a little bit of momentum, getting some pace to chase. No excuses this afternoon for Horn of Plenty, getting within 3 near the quarter pole. Banamo is 5.5 off the pace. He races outside of Can't Beat Me. Horn of Plenty's going to tip out into the 3 path, and he's coming with a big run. Here comes Horn of Plenty to tackle Son of Darkness and Invaluable Will. Also there, Candy Zip. Big opening from Can't Beat Me. Expensive Style to the far outside. Horn of Plenty and Candy Zip. Horn of Plenty has the lead. Can't Beat Me up the inside. Horn of Plenty with the lead. Horn of Plenty. And Can't Beat Me in the photo look like the 4. Let the placing judges sort it out. Candy Zip was third, then Expensive Style. One minute 6 and 11/100ths, the final time. Horn of Plenty with the yellow cap. Can't Beat Me from the rail. Candy Zip was also in the battle. Expensive Style to the far outside. There's Horn of Plenty getting to the front. Can't Beat Me, an up-and-comer. Running a good one along the inside. Candy Zip there from the outside. Horn of Plenty and Can't Beat Me. Photo for the victory. 1 minute 6 and 11/100ths, the final time. For Horn of Plenty is the winner. Second place to the 6, Can't Beat Me. Third place to the 3, Candy Zip. Third place 7, Expensive Style. Horn of Plenty, his 8th career victory. He's a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by MC out of the Dam Bugle Call. Owned and trained by David Jacobson. A double for Andre Worry. New York bred by Trinity West Stable. $9-5, not a bad price for Horn of Plenty. Now the official winner of today's 4th. Officially 4-6-3-7. A double 4-4 is worth $50. The exacta $32.80. A trifecta $44.87. A 10-cent super $17.17. The early pick 3 7-4-4 $53.62. A nice early pick 4 $301.50. 4 with 7 with 4 with 4 better than $300. Our 5th race is in 22 minutes at 3:13. It starts our late pick 4. Number 1, Queen's Dancer, has an additional workout. 4th of May, Finger Lakes Sloppy Track, half mile in a quick 47.20 seconds breezing. The late pick 4 in about 22 minutes at 3:13. Fans, you can get a free program and take a look at our late pick 4. Go to our Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack website. That's www.fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, scroll on down to a digital program, and then you can get today's program. It's free. It's new this season. Check it out. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on that racing tab. Scroll down to digital programs, and there you have it. Still plenty of time to get some action in on our late pick 4.
Getting ready for race number 5, fourth race. Good finish between the 4, the favorite Norm of Plenty, and the 6 Can't Beat Me. Two of them to the wire together. Candy Zip and Expensive Style also trying to close in, but Corner Plenty getting the best of the trips, and definitely a much better distance for that horse. Was able to get in contention, close, and get the victory under last year's top jockey, Andre Worry. That for owner-trainer David Jacobson. That starts off to pick 5. Looking at another competitive race here, the 5th race. It's a never won other than allowance race, or have never won 4 races, going a distance of 5 furlongs. Was looking at this race, trying to get a little bit of a price. There's a few of them that you can make a case for. The 6 Toto Salah was one of them that I liked at 8-1 morning line, as she has some nice form at Pennsylvania, and this one coming off a victory at Penn National in December. Did get a start under her belt. It was in the slop at Laurel, where she showed good speed, but faded, maybe needed the race, and ended up not beating a horse that day. But getting that race under her belt probably helps. And now coming here to Finger Lakes to face our allowance horses, this is probably a little bit easier for Toto Salah. She's got to deal with the 1 Queen Stancer inside of her. That looks to be the speed inside, but it is only 5 furlongs, and she may even be just as quick, if not quicker, than that inside rival. She's at odds right now of 3-1. Mentioned the 1 Queen Stancer. She also has good early speed. She's one that usually likes to be involved early. In fact, her last 2 wins, she's been on the front end. She was lone speed when last seen, going 6 furlongs in November. Steady works and returns for Linda Dixon. Definitely not out of it, and she's at odds of 2-1. She ran very well in the Arctic Queen Stakes, going 6 furlongs last October against Gone and Forgotten, one of the top fillies or mares last year. She's right now the favorite on the board at 2-1. She was my second choice. On the 7 on the outside at 7-2 is Amazing Doughty, who comes off a victory. She was running at Woodbine on different surfaces, and her start here on the dirt was actually her first start ever on a dirt racetrack, when she competed on the dirt. Obviously, she's got a lot of works on the dirt, and it came through. She beat a much easier field. It was a decent field for the 3 Lifetime. This is tougher, though, for Amazing Doughty, but she could be up for the task. That was her first start of the year, so if she moves forward off of that start, she could certainly be competitive in this race. And, of course, she got the top barn, too, so she's at odds of 3-1. Probably going to be one of the favorites in here. The 4 Guns Blazing was the other one I gave a chance to. A little bit of a long shot in here at odds of 10-1. Does have a bullet work, but she's been off. She hasn't had a start since August, but she did run 3rd when last seen, and that was at Saratoga against some tough open claimers. Breaks a little bit concerning, but the breeding's there and the class is there, and certainly working well for the long-awaited return to the races, and it's here against our allowance horses. So she definitely has credentials, but not getting much backing right now at odds of 11-1. We start the late pick 4 with the 5th, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double, also available. Good luck.
Race 5, fillies and mares allowance conditions. Very nice group of 8 fillies and mares, 5 furlongs the distance. This race will start our late pick 4, post time in about 6 minutes. Here's the field. One is Queen's Dancer, Jackie Davis looking for her second winner on today's card. Andre Worry's looking for a riding triple. He is the pilot aboard the 2. She's got game. 3 is Darn That Song. She's looking for 2 in a row. Heeman Harkey is aboard. Next will be number 4, Guns A-Blazing, Joelle Saunier. 3 and 4 conditioned by Rachel Sells. The 5 is No Chalk and Luis Perez. Next will be the 6, Toto Azola and Oscar Gomez. 7 is Amazing Dottie. She's gunning for 2 in a row, John Davila Jr. And the 8 is Left Leaning Lucy with Jeremias Flores. Post time in about 5 minutes. Late pick 4 time on the Tuesday card. A great way to start our late pick 4. This is a very talented group of fillies and mares in an allowance race, 5 furlongs the distance. It's a good late pick 4 to think about. The numbers are plentiful, that's for sure. Race 6 with a field of 9, 8 wagering interest. The 7th race with a field of 9. And we've got 9 in the nightcap. So some good numbers could trigger a pretty good little late pick 4 payoff. Let's start here with the 7, Amazing Dottie. I really liked her performance on the 25th of April. I mean, here's a gal that had never ever stepped foot in the afternoon on a dirt fast racetrack, and she really took to it. Amazing Dottie won by a good looking 2 lengths, and the runner up is a decent little filly. Her name is Small Pebbles. Small Pebbles had won our She's a Stone Cold Fox in our final stakes race last season for the 3-year-old fillies. Might have even been for the 2-year-old fillies if memory serves correct. But Amazing Dottie, a 4-year-old not competing in the She's a Stone Cold Fox, defeated the winner, Small Pebbles. I liked that race on the 26th of April, 25th of April. Amazing Dottie should get a good pace to chase here. You've got a very, very speedy filly on the rail named Queen's Dancer. Guns A-Blazing has shown plenty of pace in the past, and this will be her first start as a 5-year-old. She's been inactive since the middle of August, so you figure with her being so fresh, she's going. Toto Azola likes to show a good speed. It could shape up beautifully for Amazing Dottie. She's 3 to 1. I really like the way she took to the dirt. She could be any kind going forward, and she already had a winner out of that race come back to win. Now, granted, the 5th place finisher of that race, Easy Play, had to drop in class to win, but it's always a good sign. And I kind of was a little upset with myself yesterday when I didn't mention anything about Easy Play, especially how much I like Amazing Dottie. I'll give her another chance here, and we're getting a good price at 3 to 1. Queen's Dancer makes a lot of sense. She runs some big races here at Finger Lakes, 9 starts, 3 wins, 3 seconds, 1/3. She is very speedy. Ran a heck of a race in the Arctic Queen as a 3-year-old filly going up against, in my opinion, the best filly and mare from last season, Gone and Forgotten. She then stepped out of class or back into her proper class in an allowance N3L to conclude her 3-year-old season, and she was sensational, building up 5 with a furlong to go and just cruising all the way to the wire. She is very, very speedy, and she is dangerous along the inside at 5 to 2. She will have to deal with that other pace I talked about, Guns Blazing and Toto Zola. Queen's Dancer might be quicker than both of them, but if not, then she's going to have to really work hard. That's why I'm giving a big look to the 7, Amazing Dottie. A filly that's not really getting any tote support on the board is the 5, No Chalk. I think that could be a mistake. She is a generous 8 to 1. She's done nothing wrong here at Finger Lakes. 3 starts, 1 win, 2 seconds, including a narrow defeat in the Niagara as a 3-year-old. She built up a 4.5 length lead that afternoon. Couldn't fend off the late charge from Eros's Girl. When she was in for the allowance N3L, she romped by 4. Her connections thought enough of her as a 3-year-old to take her to Saratoga in a 7 furlong race in a salty second state bred. That's how much they thought of her last year as a 3-year-old. She did not run well that afternoon, and they said, you know what, let's back off and wait for her to become a 4-year-old. They took her to Mahoning, and Mahoning's always a difficult track to race over. It seems like a lot of the local runners have a lot more success, so she had to overcome all of that. And she ran a decent third. That was her 4-year-old debut run. She will benefit with that race under her belt, and her best race makes her competitive. She was 8-1. Now she's 7-1. Give No Chalk a look. She could be closing in nicely with that 6-furlong race under her belt. I think her odds are very, very enticing. Then you get the 6, Toto Zola. Toto Zola looked good winning 2 races ago at Penn National to conclude her 3-year-old year. That was in the middle of December. Had some decent races all of last year. She made $61,000. Obviously needed that return trip at Laurel. That was a salty, salty spot, a much easier assignment. And she's shown she can sit. She sat a length off 2 back and ended up winning. Maybe that's a similar trip that could get her to get to the winner's circle this afternoon. Let Queen's Dancer go, sit off of her flank, and make her run. She is a nice 5-2. Well, it's not a nice price, but she deserves to be 5-2. She's one of the players here in this spot. This is a great race. 7-1, 5-6 for me here in the 5th to start our late pick 4. Mentioned all the good sized fields to conclude this card. Dive into our late pick 4. Should be a good one. Post time in a couple of minutes. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 5th race. A very nice allowance group of fillies and mares. Field of 8 to start our late pick 4. Good wagering battle. 6, Toto Zola, 9-5. The 1, Queen's Dancer, 5-2. A 7, Amazing Adati. The 7, Amazing Dottie at 7-2. Queen's Dancer is in with She's Got Game. Here's Darn That Song. Next will be Stablemate Guns Blazing. Rachel Sells conditioning both 3 and 4. There's No Chalk. Toto Zola. Toto Zola 2-1 and Queen's Dancer 5-2. Amazing Dottie 7-2. A little bit of reluctancy from Toto Zola. Now she is situated just a couple to load. Great race to start our late pick 4. Left-leaning Lucy, the last of 8 to the outside. Ready for action. And there they go. Quick start for Toto Zola. Amazing Dottie's on top of the action. Queen's Dancer shows pace from the rail. Guns blazing, forwardly positioned. No Chalk is in the 5th spot, flanked by left-leaning Lucy. Darn That Song second last. She's Got Game the last of all. Amazing Dottie from the outside, taking it right to both Toto Zola and Queen's Dancer. Guns Blazing's running a good one. She moves within a length at the 3/8. No Chalk is 6 lengths from the front. Darn That Song tries to advance from the rail. Left-leaning Lucy is second last, and at the back of the pack races She's Got Game. And there's Guns Blazing up to the front. Queen's Dancer second. Amazing Dottie was gunned hard. She's giving way. Darn That Song tries to launch a charge, and here comes No Chalk beginning to pick up her stride. Guns Blazing, very ambitious on the comeback. Can she get to the wire first? She has a good lead. No Chalk is chasing her strongly. Guns Blazing, No Chalk, Guns Blazing, ready on return at 11-1. From No Chalk, Darn That Song was third. Queen's Dancer's in a photo for fourth with left-leaning Lucy. Guns Blazing, ready on return. Nice ride by Joelle Saunier, patiently handling her through the initial stages. Amazing Dottie really gunned hard. Toto Zola was also showing pace with Queen's Dancer, and it was Guns Blazing who got to sit a beautiful trip at 11-1. No Chalk in a photo for second with Darn That Song. 59 and 22/100ths the final time. Second place 5, No Chalk. Third place 3, Darn That Song. Fourth place to the 8, Left Leaning Lucy. 4-5-3-8, 4-5-3-8, the top 4 finishers. Guns Blazing, ready on return. Her 5th career score, a 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Firing Line out of the Dam House of Fortune. Owned by Second Chance Racing, winning trainer Rachel Zells, winning jockey Joelle Saunier. A Kentucky bred by Arnold Zetcher LLC. And race 5 is official. Some nice payoffs here with the big prices. A 4-5 exacta, $172.50. The 4-4 daily double, $67.50. Set of 4s in the pick 3 get you $185.75. The exacta $172.50, a trifecta $280.50, a 10-cent super 4-5-3-8, $349. No changes in today's 6. The field of 9 with 8 wagering interests. Race 6 will start our late pick 3, and post time is in 23 minutes at 3:44.
Getting ready for race number 6. Another horse that the layoff was a little bit of a question, but guns blazing. Had the class, was off since August, had a bullet work to lead up to it, got the lead, eventually got to put away the other speed, and was able to hold off everybody else, including us closing no chalk. Guns blazing for Rachel Sells, Saunier and Joel Saunier. They start off the late pick 4. We look at the 6, never won 3 condition, going a distance of 5 furlongs, and somebody's going to win race number 6. Got a bunch that haven't been out, not the greatest of form of some of these. Lemonade Lady figures to be the logical horse in here, just on last year's form. Consistency, anyway, compared to the rest of these. But she is off a layoff since November, like a lot of them are. Some decent works for the return, and might just win by default here. Now, as far as the speed is concerned, you got to worry about Tootsie Song as the inside speed, and Betty Rubble may be the one to try pressing. But Lemonade Lady could sit a good trip right behind that speed and chase them down. So that one right now is the logical horse in a race that doesn't have any world beaters, and that's why he's getting a lot of play at 2-1 and just could just win this one by default. Now the Wayne Sparling duo are getting a lot of action at 3-1. I didn't pick them, but maybe on fitness is why they're getting bet, as they do both have the one start where they started the 25th in a race won by Ice Cold Gold, who ran pretty decently to be second the other day. But that was a race where none of them had been out except for the winner, was the only one who ran in 2023. And neither one of them were really a threat. Now, Magnificent Mags did have an excuse, hopped at the start. See if she can move forward and get a win for Wayne Sparling. She's a 3-1. Didn't use that one, though. I went with a 2-horse. Tootsie Song's my second choice, just because she looks to be the inside speed. It's a race where you got to say, well, it's Lemonade Lady, and then who else do you like in here? A lot of these horses are coming off the layoff, and a lot of them don't have much for early speed. You got Yes, Your Honor, Renita's Rose, couple Central Capital. Those 3 on the outside are all horses that come from out of it even longer distances. Now they're going to try to close on in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed coming off the layoff for most of them. So maybe a horse like Tootsie Song or Betty Rubble could have that advantage. And even Lemonade Lady could get first run on some of these deeper closers because she does have enough tactical speed to stay close with the other speed. The 3-horse is Pal's Alley, who's better than what her first start says. And at least she got that start under her belt if she got anything out of the race, as she showed absolutely nothing in that race at big odds. But she was facing tougher before moving back down to 5,000 at the end of the year. But she could be a threat in here, just by default, especially getting that race under her belt. She might be able to get into the number, and she's currently at odds of 8-1. The 6-horse was the other one I used, as she may not be as far back as a couple of the other ones, but she doesn't have much for early speed for the 5 furlong distance. But one thing you say about her is she does have a couple starts to the distance, and she did finish 3rd in one of them. She doesn't need to show much in this race to be a factor, as her form is a lot better than some of these others when she's on her game, but she does seem to be better on and off track, as both her victories on the dirt race course have been on off dirt. She's never won on a fast dirt racetrack. Those are some of the contenders, some of them that I liked here in race number 6. We start the late pick 3, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double, also available here.
Race 6, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 3 races. Claimers, 5,000, a 5-furlong affair, no changes. Field of 9-8 wagering interest. First leg of our late pick 3, post time in 7 minutes. There's the field. One is Tracy's Girl, Rafael Rohina Jr. Stablemate 1A, Magnificent Mags, Oscar Gomez, 7-2 for the Wayne Sparling duo. Next will be the 2, Tootsie's Song, Andre Worry looking for 3 on the day. 3 is Pal's Ally, Nazario Alvarado. Next will be the favorite 4, Lemonade Lady, 8-5, John Davila Jr. 5 is Central Capital. Central Capital has the services of Jackie Davis. Jackie's looking for her second winner on today's program. 6, Yes, Your Honor, Jose Baez. 7 is Renina's Rose, Kay Berkoa looking for a riding double. And completing the post parade, number 8, Betty Rubble and Christian Navarro. Field of 9-8 wagering interests, our late pick 3 in about 5 minutes. Just 3 more to go on the Tuesday card. Field of 9 with 8 wagering interests. Eva money on Lemonade Lady. Had a little bit of difficulty with this race. Had to go with the chalk here, Lemonade Lady. You know, here's a filly who broke her maiden against maiden special weight competition on the 5th of September. Now, a lot of times after you win a maiden special weight race, you're promptly positioned in an allowance N2L. Not the case with Lemonade Lady. She was put in for $5,000. She was 6-5, and she ran 6, defeated by one of her rivals, Tootsie Song. So you say to yourself, well, I guess maybe Lemonade Lady's not all about that. Well, you know, she rebounded very nicely thereafter with back-to-back runner-up efforts and a $5,000 N2L victory on the 8th of November. Went in against N3Ls, a similar condition of this to conclude her 3-year-old season. And she ran well up the track. But that was a pretty salty race. You know, we get towards the tail end of our season, closing day, the final week of the season. They're all dropping, trying to cash. Joker's Run was a filly that had been running in allowance races. Avid Sukanori had been running in much, much better races. So that was a salty, salty 5,000 N3L. Unlike today. Today is not the saltiest version of this condition. I like the fact that Lemonade Lady has been protected. You would have to think if Stefania Farms and Chris Englehart didn't like her, they'd say, you know what, put her in for 5, and if you want her, you can have her. They have protected her. That is a vote of confidence, in my opinion. I made her my top pick. She's probably the one to beat. A big, big work, 2 back on the 22nd of April. 48-1 out of the gate. She's 7-5. The fact that it's 5 furlongs make Tootsie's Song pretty intriguing, somewhat enticing. She is very, very speedy. She only has 3 works for the comeback, but she is just loaded with front-end speed. She's going to take them as far as she can, and she is currently 11-1. That's an intriguing price on the board for Tootsie's Song. She should make the front. Can she fend off Lemonade Lady? That's the real question. Definitely worth a look at that price. The 1A Magnificent Mags is a gal that never really gets a lot of love at the windows. She's always a pretty good price. She seems to run decent races. I know she doesn't win much. Only 2 for 32 with those 2 runner-up efforts, but she has all those third-place finishes, and I think she's better than she looks. And you're not getting much of a price, 3-1, but she deserves to be somewhat in that neighborhood, especially against this level of competition. I like the gal that beat her, Ice Cold Gold, who came back to run second in the nightcap yesterday. Flattery's Music, I'm not giving up on her yet this season. She runs a decent 4th. She hopped at the start, and then she showed some interest through the lane. Unlike many of her rivals in this spot, she has a race under her belt, and she is worthy of consideration. At 3-1, I made her my 3rd choice. 4-2, 1A for me here in the 6th to start our late pick 3. Post time in a minute. It's post time for the 6th. Lemonade Lady at 6-5. 5-2 for the Wayne's Barling duo, Tracy's Girl and Magnificent Mags. 5-1, number 5, Central Capital. Field of 9 with 8 wagering interest. Tootsie's Song is in. Here's Pal's Ally. Next will be Tracy's Girl. The favorite, Lemonade Lady. Central Capital. Yes, Your Honor. Renina's Rose. And a couple to load, Betty Rubble and Magnificent Mags. Magnificent Mags to the outside. 4-5, Lemonade Lady. Magnificent Mags loading. Oscar dismounted for the loading process. The missile's ready to remount. Ready for the fillies and mares. And there they go. Lemonade Lady is showing pace with Yes, Your Honor. Lemonade Lady's a little quicker. Here's Tootsie's Song and here's Betty Rubble. Pal's Ally strides into fifth. Tracy's Girl from between runners. Central Capital, Magnificent Mags now advances from the far outside. At the back is Renina's Rose. Tootsie Song, fleet of foot, the quickest of all at the 3/8, 2.5 to Lemonade Lady, who begins a nice chase. And here comes Lemonade Lady. And Betty Rubble's right there in the battle from the outside. Pal's Allies fourth, 4.5 off the lead. Length and half for 2 to Tracy's Girl. And racing with her, Yes, Your Honor. Magnificent Mags is wide. Central Capital second last. Nothing from Renina's Rose. Tootsie Song has the lead, but for how long? Here comes Lemonade Lady to turn it up on the outside. Tracy's Girl, Pal's Ally try to quicken in with Betty Rubble and Central Capital. Lemonade Lady's up to the front. Here's Pal's Ally shifting ground into the 3-path, and she's a late player after Lemonade Lady. Lemonade Lady kept going. Lemonade Lady and Pal's Ally in a photo. Lemonade Lady. Lemonade Lady from Pal's Ally. Then we go to Central Capital. And fourth looked like it was between Tracy's Girl along with Betty Rubble. A little scare there for the chalk players in deep stretch. Lemonade Lady and Pal's Ally. Big run from Pal's Ally. She's along the rail, and she's going to shift ground into the 3-path. Lemonade Lady making her move for the top spot after Tootsie Song. Watching the slow-mo. Look at Pal's Ally with a nice move to the outside, and here she comes with a good, solid, late run. Lemonade Lady and Pal's Ally. Photo for the victory. 101.48 seconds, the final running time. Number 4, Lemonade Lady first. Second place to the 3, Pals Ally. Third place to the 5, Central Capital. And fourth place goes to number 1, Tracy's Girl. Entering the winner's circle is the 4, Lemonade Lady, a 4-year-old dark Bear Brown filly by Mr. Z out of the dam Devil's Backbone. Owned by Stefania Farms, winning trainer Chris Engelhart, winning jockey John Davila Jr. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Alliance Bloodstock. And race 6 is in the books officially, 4-3-5-1. A 4-4 double, $61.50. A 4-3 exacta, $77. 4-3-5 trifecta, $78.25. 10-cent super, 4-3-5, $141.95. Couple of races to go on the Tuesday card. In race 7, scratch 2, Hardly Working. 7, New York Rizzling. An additional workout, 4th of May, Finger Lakes Sloppy Track, 3/8, 36.10 seconds, breezing out of the gate. The 7th starts the late double. It's in 22 minutes at 4:15.
Horses are in the paddock for race number 7. And yeah, Lemonade Lady, let's give a lot of credit to John DeVilla Jr. for getting that one home. Got a good trip for Chris Engelhardt's Pals Ally, who figured to run better than what she did last time. Gave her the competition, but DeVilla able to get that horse home just in time for the 4 to 5 shot, as a 4 to 5 shot in race number 6. We start the late pick 3 with that race. We do scratch the 2, Hardly Working. Good allowance race for our 7th feature race. Goes a distance of 5 furlongs. Some early money on the 5, D's Wise Guy, who was the main speed last time, but did some quick fractions for the 4.5 furlongs and ended up in a pretty decent time in 52 and change. The horse that was second, Schiffauer Song, did come back to win, although he beat a pretty soft maiden group. But D's Wise Guy looks to make it 2 in a row. A tough move going from a 3-year-old restricted maiden to the never won 2, 3 and up older horse allowance. But if this one gets the lead, he's certainly dangerous to make it 2 in a row. Again, he finished in a pretty decent time. And so he's the one getting some early play. The one I did take on top, actually I got the Rachel Sells duo as my top 2 selections, and they're both good prices on the board right now. The 6 Persistent Danger ran 3rd behind Got the Gold, who ran 2nd. They finished 2nd and 3rd behind Courageous Ola, who was the main speed of that race, 4.5. So both of them put in a good effort. It was just the pace. What are you going to do when a lone speed horse is on the front end with the weight off at an apprentice rider on as well? Persistent Danger was up close throughout, chased that horse, and then Got the Gold far back early, tried to close and still ran 2nd. So a little different scenario here. It does look like there's some pace up front now with D's Wise Guy in the race along with Bobby Ride and Shanty Shack. That might be good for the Rachel Sells duo, one to stalk and the other to close. Even though it's only 5 furlongs, pace could make the race in this particular race. The one horse Bobby Ride, worth a look here, is he showed some talent early in his career as a 2-year-old, and like D's Wise Guy, found the older horses a little tougher, but then again, he was compromised at the start last time by the bad start, was never in it. He's a horse that does have some early speed that should have been up close with Courageous Ola. So better start today. Maybe could put Bobby Ride in the race and maybe see a better performance from that one. Is getting some play at odds of 2 to 1. Was well met. Broke his maiden, looked good breaking his maiden in the slop. They even tried him in the Damon Runyon Stakes, his first start as a 3-year-old. So that's some of the horses getting some play here in race number 7, the ones that I liked. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in the 7th. We scratched the 2, Hardly Working.
Coming onto the track for the 7th race, a nice allowance event for 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 2 races, 5 furlongs the distance. Scratch 2 hardly working. First leg of the late double. Post time in about 6 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1 is Bobby Ride with Jackie Davis. 5-2, Bobby Ride. Scratch the 2. The 3 is Trevor Bardet, Kevin Navarro. Next will be the 4, Are You Happy, Rafael Rohina Jr. 5 is D's Wise Guy, looking for 2 in a row. Kay Berkoa looking for another score. 6 is Persistent Danger, Jeremias Flores. Rachel Sells looking for her 2nd training score on the program. Next will be the 7, New York Rizzling, Nazario Alvarado. 8 is Shanty Shack, Andre Worry looking for 3. Trainer Beth Miller-Saw looking for a training double. 9 is Gonna Be Dancing, Oscar Gomez. And here's the other Rachel Sells trainee, number 10, Got the Gold with Joel Saunier. And Joel's looking for his 2nd winner on today's program. That's the field of 9, beginning our late daily double. Post time is in about 5 minutes. Seventh race, beginning our late daily double. My top selection is number 5, D's A Wise Guy. D's Wise Guy was 6-1 on the morning line. He is currently a 2-1. Very favorable impression when graduating on opening a day. He strolled to the wire that afternoon, 4 3/4 a length of victory. The runner-up came back to look pretty good graduating yesterday. Schiffauer strong. D's Wise Guy is very, very speedy, and the 5 furlong should be no problem. Here is a horse that cruised on the 4.5 furlong distance opening day. Here's a horse that showed speed at Tampa. 6 furlongs on the dirt, 5 furlongs on the turf. I mean, he went 21-1 on a 5 furlong turf dash in late February. I think he's the speed of the speed, and at 5-2, hopefully he'll drift up a little bit. I'm willing to take another chance with D's Wise Guy. He was in cruise control in his maiden victory, and he is the speed of the speed. Who's going to stay close to him? Perhaps Trevor Bardet, New York Rizzling on the comeback. Maybe Bobby Ride shows more pace in his 2nd start over the surface and his 3rd start as a 3-year-old. I don't know. We'll see. I think D's Wise Guy is just quicker than this group, and we'll go from there. I'll take a shot with him to go back-to-back. 3, Trevor Bardet. He's kind of intriguing because he has been showing speed in races at Aqueduct. He graduated front-running victory on the 26th of February. The interior fractions 22-4 and 46-2 suggest he's probably not as quick as D's Wise Guy, but he is quick enough in his own. He is quick enough to stay close enough, that's for sure. And if he can stay close enough and possibly get to D's Wise Guy, I could see him getting first over and getting first run on some of the late players. He's pretty intriguing, and he's 6-1. Kevin Navarro and John Buckley did a lot of good things in the 2022 season, and they're going to start gearing up here pretty soon as our distances start to get a little longer. Trevor Bardet, worth a little look. If he can stay close enough, I see him getting first over and getting first run. Now, who are the horses that are going to be running on strongly in the lane? I think they're both of the Rachel Sells trainees. The 10 Got the Gold and 6 Persistent Danger. Got the Gold was a little further back than Persistent Danger on the 25th of April. He had a good stride in deep stretch, Got the Gold. He gets another half a furlong to negotiate, and the pace should be fairly good up front. I could see him improving. Here's a horse who ran 3 races ago for 16,000 N2L at Aqueduct, so he's a good fit here. Got the Gold. He is currently at 9-2. His stablemate 6 Persistent Danger is pretty intriguing. He was in a better spot than Got the Gold on the 25th of April. He needed that start. That was his first start in a couple of months. He does have some winter foundation as he was racing at Aqueduct, and then he had a race at Penn National. Got a little bit of a freshening, showed improvement when returning to Finger Lakes. Hasn't been big on winning, but he's been big on performing with 10 out of his 18 races resulting in a top 3 finish. He has a chance. You know, he made a little bit of a move after Courageous Ola, got a little discouraged and let his stablemate get to him in the concluding stages. He could be in the garden spot. D's Wise Guy goes very quick as anticipated, and Trevor Bardet stays close. Persistent Danger could be in a good position turning for home and make his presence felt. He's currently 6-1 in the wagering. 5-3, 10-6 for me here in the 7th, starting our late double. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the 7th race, starting our late daily double. Nice allowance group, field of 9. 5D's Wise Guy at 2-1. The 1 Bobby Ride and the 10 Got the Gold are both 7-2. Then it's the 6 Persistent Danger 5-1, and the 3 Trevor Bardet 6-1 in the wagering. Working on New York Rizzling acting up. He's a long shot at 14-1. This is his first start as a 3-year-old. When last seen as a 2-year-old, he defeated one of his rivals in here, Bobby Ride, the horse about to load. And Bobby Ride is in. There's Trevor Bardet. Are you happy? You'll be plenty happy if you've bet Are You Happy and he wins. He's 34-1 on the board. D's Wise Guy. There's Persistent Danger. Stablemate to Got the Gold. Shanty Shack. Robert and Tammy Kilmasuski and Beth Miller-Zoll got there earlier in the card with Shanty Shack's older sister, Toolcat. Gonna be dancing. Carl Buer and Ronnie Breed Jr. and Got the Gold, the other Sells trainee to the outside. D's Wise Guy down to 3-2. He's the favorite for the 7th, starting the late double. And there they go. And there goes D's Wise Guy getting the early lead. A brisk beginning for him. New York Rizzling's into the race early. He takes over second. Here's Persistent Danger third with Gonna Be Dancing. Trevor Barnett strides into the 5th spot. 5 from the Speedy D's Wise Guy. Got the Gold is about 6.5 off the lead, and he's beginning to find his best stride. Are You Happy is third last. Bobby Ride is second last, and Shanty Shack's the last of all. And D's Wise Guy is the first of all, and he's very speedy at the quarter pole. He works with nearly 3 lengths. Gonna Be Dancing's into the 2nd spot. New York Rizzling is third. And they go to Persistent Danger. They're in the lane, and D's Wise Guy's the one to come and catch. He's all the way down to even money, and he has a good-looking lead at the 8th pole. Chasing him from the entire trip is Gonna Be Dancing. Here's Persistent Danger taking off, picking up his best stride, but D's Wise Guy is clear. D's Wise Guy. D's Wise Guy for 2 in a row. Persistent Danger is second. Third, fourth, and fifth got very tight. A tiring Gonna Be Dancing and a couple of oncomers. Got the Gold and Trevor Barnett. Tight photo for third. And the Wise Guys were on D's Wise Guys, 6-1 on the morning line, all the way down to even money. Just too quick for this 5-furlong affair. Here's the horse showing plenty and plenty of foot at Tampa, and he's rattled off 2 in a row in our abbreviated distance races to start the season. Look at the effort from the 6. Persistent Danger. Good effort from him in defeat. He was getting to the winner. It got real tight for third. Make sure to hold all tickets. 59 33/100ths the final time. Two in a row, D's Wise Guy. He's entering the winner's circle. He is a 3-year-old Greyer Roan gelding by a Practical Joke out of the dam DD's Comet. Owned by TLC Thoroughbreds winning trader M. Anthony Ferraro, a riding double for Cabercoa. The winner was bred in New York by Patricia Generazio. Make sure to hold all tickets. Still trying to sort out the third place finish. It was very tight on the line. Hold all tickets. All right, fans, I have been notified that number 9, Gonna Be Dancing, was able to hang on for third, and fourth place to number 10, Got the Gold. Having some trouble getting those numbers up on the screen in the infield on our big tote board and on television monitors. And just like that, here we go. All it takes is the announcer to start flapping, and we're going to get the results we want. 5, 6, 9, 10. 9 Gonna Be Dancing third, and fourth place to the 10, Got the Gold. 5, 6, 9, 10 here in the 7th. And race 7 is official. 5, 6, 9, 10, the top 4 finishers. That exacta $13.20. The trifecta $109.50. The 10-cent super $46.65. A 4-5 double gets you $11.20. One more race to go. One more race in the work week. Our Tuesday nightcap scratches 4 and 11. For Devious Banker, scratch, also scratch the also eligible, the 11 OK game on. We have a jockey change number 10, 2-step salute, our Rafael Rojina Jr., our nightcap in about 21 minutes at 4:48.
We're getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card. Just a reminder, no live racing the rest of the week. We're going to add Wednesdays next week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday schedule starting next week. But no live racing the rest of the week, still open for simulcast wager. Looking back at the 7th, it was a good effort by Dee's Wise Guy. Coming off the maiden win, just a lonely lead, and they were not going to catch Dee's Wise Guy, who makes it 2 in a row. Kiberkoa for trainer M. Anthony Ferraro. Good-looking performance from that one. 5,000 claimer is the last never won 4 condition or have not won a race since November 9th, 2022. Pretty evenly matched race to finish off. We did get a late scratch of the 4, Devious Banker. And, the 6-horse Smoke It Alone's going to get some action and is a logical horse in here. Just a lot of seconds and thirds, more seconds and thirds than wins for Smoke It Alone. He did rattle off a couple wins back in 2021 and then got the one victory last year. He's a versatile horse that could get the lead or he could come from out of it. We've seen both, just not one that can get through traffic. But he does get that race under his belt last time. Town Jack got a perfect trip to defeat him in that race. So he should be very formidable in this race and definitely a top 3 threat. He's right now at odds of 2 to 1. The 4 I mentioned it was out. The 8-horse, Your Awesome Boss, is an interesting one. He's at 5 to 1. This horse has got a lot of back class and dropped to 5,000, but it was an open 5 last year and ran 4th behind Boldly. Comes out of a good race that day. Only one start this year was against starter optional claiming allowance competition. Didn't break all that sharp and still ran well. So logically, this is an easier spot for Your Awesome Boss, making a 2nd start of the year. So he's an interesting proposition at odds of 5 to 1. Lover's Leap's another one that's going to get some play in here. He's off a layoff since November, but on his game, he would beat these. His numbers are just better than a lot of these horses. And he's a horse that doesn't need to be that far back. So 5 furlongs shouldn't be a problem for Lover's Leap. He does have one victory in the past going 5, and he draws the rail position. So he won't be far behind what should be the early speed of Holy Cowboy and Margarita Sunrise, figure to be the 2 speed rivals in this last race. So Exacta Try is super offered in today's final race. Again, we scratched the 4, Devious Banker. Exacta Try and super offered in the final race on today.
One more race to go on the Tuesday card. Our 8th and final. Our Tuesday nightcap is a 5 furlong affair. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race since November 9th. They're non-winners of 4 races. Claimers 5,000. Scratches 4 and 11. Devious Banker and the also eligible OK Game on a jockey change 10. 2 Steps Lou, Rafael Rohina Jr. Field of 9 in the nightcap. Post time in about 6 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1 is Lover's Leap with Kevin Navarro. Number 2, Hooray for Harvey, Jeremiah Flores. 3 is Grit and Glory, Jose Baez. Scratch the 4-5, Blue City, Michael Davila Jr. 6 is Smokin' Alone, the favorite at 2-1 with Emmanuel Di Diego. 7 is Holy Cowboy, Oscar Gomez. On to the 9, Margarita Sunrise, Nazario Alvarado, 1 of 2 for Mark Tasso. Stablemate to the 1, Lover's Leap. The 10 is 2-Step Slew. Picking up the mount, Rafael Rohina Jr. And jumping out of the parade, straight to the gate, is the 8, Your Awesome Boss, with Heeman Harkey. That's the field for the nightcap. Post time in about 5 minutes. One more race to go on our Tuesday card, our 8th and final, a 5-furlong affair. Don't forget simulcast wagering tomorrow, a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Back at it again on Monday, May 15th. We will have a Pick 6 carryover of $1,174.50. It's our first carryover of the season. Got to start somewhere. Perhaps we can start building this Pick 6 pool up. Maybe we can get a little bit of money pumped into the Monday card. A little bit of a carryover. Just shy of a couple G's. So we've got a field of 9 here in the nightcap. Had to make some adjustments because I was really on the 4 Devious Banker for this Tuesday nightcap. I like Devious Banker's comeback race. 4.5 furlongs, not what he wants. This horse was really taking off. And I thought he had a good look here in the nightcap. So we had to make a couple of adjustments. And I'm going to land on the 1, Lover's Leap, a grizzled veteran looking for his 9th career victory. Quite a career for Lover's Leap. You know, once upon a time he ran in our Aspirant Stakes as a 2-year-old. Look at all the money he's made, $160,000. Usually gives a pretty good account of himself. In 21, he was in the money 7 out of 9. Last year he tailed off just a little bit, but he did have those 2 victories and was still able to earn over $21,000. He has some workouts, 5 workouts on the paper leading up to this comeback race. Looks like he'll get some pace. He has a stablemate, Margarita Sunrise, who's very, very speedy and has had quite a career. Holy Cowboy likes to show pace. Smokin' Alone likes to mix it up. So there are some speed types in here for Lover's Leap to come and run after. He's just got to work out a trip along the inside. He's got a good jockey in Kevin Navarro. Kevin won with him last year. Why not Lover's Leap on the comeback bid? He's had success on return trips. Lover's Leap, my top selection. 6, Smokin' Alone makes a lot of sense. He probably deserves to be the favorite, and no question about it, especially off his most recent race. He has a race under his belt. Town Jack looked good winning, so no fault of Smokin' Alone getting run down. Smokin' Alone was mixing it up, and it really shaped up nicely for Town Jack. If you watch that replay, Town Jack was ideally situated behind Smokin' Alone and another horse. Smokin' Alone did well to hang on for second. It wasn't like he was just hanging on. He was game. Smokin' Alone definitely the horse to beat here in the nightcap. He's currently at 8-5. The question is, will he get caught up mixing it up on the front end, or will he sit a trip? Because Margarita Sunrise is very speedy. Margarita Sunrise is a 9-year-old who loves to win races. 15 times he's been to the winner's circle, 13 runner-up efforts, 7 third-place finishes. He started off slowly last year, but he was really finishing up nicely. You know, 3 out of his last 5 races in the 22 campaign were either a victory or a runner-up effort. I think he's the speed of the speed in this spot from the outside. He's been training pretty good. I like the workout on the 21st of April. He's got a good 5-furlong move. It makes a lot of sense. The grizzled veteran, fleet of foot with 5 furlongs, and Nazario Alvarado really knows this horse. He's 5-1. 169 for me here in the nightcap. Once again, simulcast wagering the rest of the week. We're back at it again Monday, 1:15 first post. 1 minute until the Tuesday night cap. It's post time for the Tuesday nightcap, and the favorite, as expected, is number 6, Smokin' Alone. He's 3-2. Field of 9 in the nightcap. Inside 2 are situated. Up next will be Grit and Glory. Margarita Sunrise is 7-2. Lover's Leap and Your Awesome Boss are both 5-1. Here comes Blue City. Next will be the favorite, Smokin' Alone. Holy Cowboy. Three to load, Your Awesome Boss, Margarita Sunrise, and 2 Steps Lou. Two Steps Lou to the outside. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. Smokin' Alone begins the best. Margarita Sunrise is towards the tail. Smokin' Alone and Holy Cowboy are out for the lead, and Your Awesome Boss comes away in third. Lover's Leap has the 4th spot. Here's Margarita Sunrise trying to recover and get into the race, heading into the turn 3 off the pace. Blue City races with Hooray for Harvey. 2 Steps Lou from the far outside. At the back is Grit and Glory. So they race through the turn, and now Holy Cowboy has come away with the lead. Your Awesome Boss makes a move for second. Smokin' Alone bides his time from the rail in third. Margarita Sunrise from off the pace. Then Blue City, 2 Steps Lou, and Lover's Leap can't get out from the inside. They're in the lane. Here's Your Awesome Boss and Holy Cowboy. And there's Smokin' Alone. Smokin' Alone up the inside. Your Awesome Boss 3 deep. And Blue City tries to tip out into the 4 path. On the front end, Smokin' Alone going with them is Your Awesome Boss, Smokin' Alone, and Your Awesome Boss. Smokin' Alone in the nightcap. From Your Awesome Boss, then Holy Cowboy. Hooray for Harvey. Checked in 4th for the Superfecta. $59 and $85 100ths. And the favorite does not disappoint. He deserved the favorite's role, and he did not disappoint. 6 Smokin' Alone, the unofficial winner of our Tuesday nightcap. It was a good effort from the 8, Your Awesome Boss. He ran big in defeat. $59 and $85 100ths. Top 4 finishers put up on the board. 6-8, 7-2. 7 Holy Cowboy 3rd. And 4th place, number 2, Hooray for Harvey. 6-8, 7-2 unofficially in the nightcap. Entering the winner's circle is number 6, Smokin' Alone, his 5th career victory, a 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Academize out of the dam Lunch with Godzilla. Owned by Michael and Melissa Sabine. Michael is the winning trainer, winning jockey, the barber, Emmanuel Di Diego. Smokin' Alone was bred in New York by his owner, trainer, Mike Sabine. And the nightcap is official. 6872, top 4 finishers. The late double, 5-6, $10.40. 6-8 exacta, $28. 6-8-7 trifecta, $43.75. 10-cent super, 6-8-7-2, $29.70. 4-5-6 chalky, a late pick 3, $6 and a nickel. Our late pick 4 combinations are worth $129.50. Pick 5's worth $190.50. Nobody hit the pick 6. 5 out of 6, $48.75. And there's the carryover into the Monday card, $1,174.50. $1,174.50. That's it for our Tuesday program. Wraps up another work week. We're going to start 3 days next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We've got Monday and Tuesday filled. Monday at 1:15, that's our next live racing event on May 15th. Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack will be open for simulcast wagering tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll see you Monday, 1:15. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. Sure hope you had a great Tuesday. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.